training.
Good morning, and welcome to Treaty 4 territory. Like many of you, I'm against this territory. I'm a Treaty 6 father. I originate from Little Pine First Nation on the west side of the province, and I was in my area when I was teaching in North Battleford. So my dad and I were able to run out for Sundance, because you know that's how you spend a Friday after teaching 2 grad classes all week. You run to the Sundance, right, and dodge the thunderstorms and the tornado warnings and all that sort of stuff. So it's always exciting when we can get regrounded into our own territory. And for me, going back home and having the opportunity to teach in the community-based master's program was all about getting grounded once again. As you know, the work that we're trying to do collectively in the is complicated. It means we brush up alongside all kinds of different structural barriers. And I wanted to share some of the ways in which my colleagues and I are experiencing that in the work that we're doing on indigenization here at the university. My friend Jolie, I thought she might be here today. She's a person who will tell her story very often. So I told her I'm going to tell her story, okay, because she doesn't do that. So Jolie was really fortunate. She was applied for a grant, and she got a grant. And you know that moment, right? Woo, all that work paid off. All that preparation of that proposal, everything came together, and she was so excited. And as an Indigenous woman, she was also really thankful, because she understands the great privilege that it is for us to be in university, to have professorships in universities, and to work alongside so many other wonderful people working towards social justice. So she was thankful. And based on the teachings of where she grew up, when you are feeling thankful, you hold a feast and you hold a round dance, in particular a round dance, to represent the kinds of ways in which people ceremony in this particular territory. So she thought it was a real simple thing. All I want to do is have a feast. We can get together. Wouldn't that be great? We can have a wonderful celebration. Well, that's where it all kind of started to fall apart, because things got really complicated really soon, and on so many different levels. First off is the whole spacing issue, right? So where can we have a space that's big enough on the university campus that will allow an unknown number of people to attend? Because feasts is, word gets out. And we don't say RSVP. We just invite everybody, right? So you could plan for 70 and get 700. And so the challenge was finding a space that was going to accommodate numbers of people that we didn't know how many there were going to be. The second challenge that we had to do with the ceremonial aspects of trying to hold the feast in the round. And so she asked elders to come. She extended tobacco to them. They agreed that they would come and they would attend. The drummers were offered tobacco, and they said they would all come, and it was very exciting, except that we didn't have a renewed smudging policy on campus. So that led us to policy reform. And you know how that goes, right? Have you ever tried to do policy reform? Yeah, that was fun, like a year and a half. The event came and went by the time the policy reform was finished. But it was an important conversation, because it meant that in the role as executive, I had conversations with people I probably would have never spoken to before. So I'm talking to security, I'm talking to facilities management, I'm talking to the people who operate, the whole side of the operations over there. The other part that came up for us was a piece about compensation, or how do you honor elders, and how do you extend a thank you to the elders in a culturally relevant way, at the same time as working within an institution. So we wanted to be able to offer an honorarium of some cash to thank the elders and the drummers for coming here. But that required a whole bunch of other steps. It required us to meet regularly with our dean, our associate dean, the vice president. We had to meet with financial services. We had to talk to HR, because here's where it gets really, really complicated. Because if you hire an elder and they work for you for more than $499.99, that income is taxable. So suddenly you have to deal with the Canadian Revenue Association, which means that you have to know what the policies are, right? So you have to be sure that the elders that you've invited haven't worked more than those types of time already with you, because suddenly it's going to be taxable. And in that case, what you have to do is you have to say to them, hey, you've now moved into this other bracket, and so we're going to not offer you $500. We're going to have to offer you like $670 because there's going to be deductions and there's going to be taxes, but it'll all come back down to about $500. Oh, what a horrible conversation to have with traditional knowledge keepers. But those are the lengths that we have had to resort to in working to indigenize the academy, because it's not just about how we teach or attracting more Aboriginal faculty into the universities. It's changing every single aspect, every structure of the institution. Woo! First came onto the position, I got a 6-month secondment from the Faculty of Ed. That got extended to an additional 6 months, and then I got a year position. But this position, holy smokes, man, you got to be everything in it. You have to plan the events, you have to professionally develop the faculty colleagues, you have to work with all the administrative units, even right down to the custodial services, because there's tape on the floor out there from an exhibit I did months ago, and they want me to scrape the floor. And so it's a position that's really dynamic, and it certainly takes you into some discussions where you are rubbing against culturally relevant practice, traditional knowledges, Indigenous ways of knowing, and dominance in the institution. And darn it, you better know what you're doing. Because otherwise you trivialize everything you do. And we cannot afford to do that here. We can't afford to do that here. Regina is the second most violent city in Canada, according to reports of this week. Saskatchewan is the number one, we're number two. I think most of the time we've been in that number one position, but we're trying to shift that a little bit. We have a rising Indigenous population here. It continues to be overrated in rates and our mortality rates and our dropout rates in schooling, our HIV rates are increasing, our poverty rates are high, and on and on and on and on. And at the same time, we have a really, really vibrant community here. And in Treaty 4, we have 26 First Nations, 4 historical Métis communities, and a rising Indigenous urban population. And we have an incredible opportunity to be involved actively in social change. And I'm really blessed. I work with some phenomenal scholars and some phenomenal community people who help to give our work legs, who help to define that vision, and who work alongside doing this work really, really well. And I couldn't have done this work without the years of contribution that folks like Carol Schick have done in terms of thinking progressive education and what it means for here to the university. I couldn't have done this work without the encouragement of my colleagues who work with me to problematize this work that we do, who take up pieces of it and they run with it. They take that and they run with it and practice it, and they work to this emerging group of educators that we are so fortunate to work alongside. And yet our work continues in some really high levels. Your discussions the past couple of days have focused on solidarity, have talked about the pressures to corporatize universities, have investigated what does that mean for teaching work, scholarship. All of those questions are tied up in this discussion. We can't separate them out and say, oh, let's just have an elder in residence program and think we're doing it. It will not work. The challenge that we all collectively face in Canadian and American institutions is the question of how do we confront and resist academic capitalism and its influences on the academy and our academic work? How do we challenge and continue to challenge pedagogical practices and that maintain the status quo? And how then do we shift and confront cognitive imperialism and ignorance in the academy? Because you know full well that there's lots of our colleagues who chose not to be here because they are indebted to the status quo. It has privileged them, and they don't want to know what this work is about. And we have to work alongside them to help them to imagine a very different kind of university. So I'm glad that you came to our territory. I'm glad that you stepped into our spaces for a little bit. And thank you for joining me, Mark, for taking up this very important discussion. Thank you for being my colleague and always being my ally. Have a good day. Take care.
I have resisted talking about people's personal interests or habits, but our next speaker, I need to say that Christopher Myers has driven here from California with his family.
Wow.
And dog.
The order right there. His dog.
And maybe his area is philosophy that connects to his hobby of. He is a professor of philosophy and the director of the Kegley Institute of Ethics at California State University in Bakersfield. He's also the adjunct ethics faculty at Kern Medical Center, the hospital ethicist for San Joaquin Community Hospital, and associate editor for Journal of Mass Media Ethics. Received his PhD in philosophy from the University of Tennessee, where he also had a graduate minor in quality in medical science and bioethics. Author of several books, working on a third, numerous articles. And I want to hear what a bioethicist, fly fisherman, has to say to us this morning. Please welcome Chris Myers.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you all, and thank you, Shawneen. You wore me out just listening to where'd she go?
She ducked out because she's tired.
Just listening to the work she does wore me out in advance of this. I hope you guys, the sense that some of you are so embedded in this work that you don't realize how extraordinary this conference is. For some of us, we felt like we're completely alone, banging our heads against walls. And so, in particular, for me to come here and so many like-minded folks yesterday morning was just, wow, this is so cool. I guess I may not be as optimistic as Michelle indicated. Shawneen's comment about the faculty who aren't here is actually a big chunk of what I want to talk about today. So the focus of the conversation for me, oh, and by the way, this guy, at the risk of piling on, he has a real gift for making everybody he's working with feel like they are the only one that he is working with. I had some difficulties making this trip happen, and Mark was just, whatever you need, we'll get you. Really. So for me, this is motivated by two primary sources. One that we spent most of yesterday, and I assume the day before, I didn't get in until late that day. The frustration over the commodification of the university and all of its aspects. Some of the folks were talking yesterday about false or fabricated austerity. There was a great report, I think it was in the New York Times, about what went on in the California State University system during the recession, where we were in layoff, we were in furloughs, and what this guy, just digging down, found was that, in fact, in absolute dollars, year by year during the recession, the system received more money. The per capita per student ratio went down a little bit, but not a huge amount. And so, of course, he asked, well, where the heck did all that money go? It went to administration. So if you look at the graphs, it's, a classic alligator mouth. Administration lines are going like this, and the faculty lines are going down. For me, that's reflective of the nature of the problem. And as we'll see, it's not just the lines that are identified as administration. Lots of faculty positions are in fact quasi-administrative now, doing the work of the administration, but not identified as such. They're identified as faculty lines. The second motivation is actually the one that Mark asked me to come and talk about. The ways in which, and I think it was David yesterday, reinforced the need for those of us, particularly in the humanities, to remind people of the value of the humanities. And I think one of the really important ways we can do that is in our role as public intellectuals. For some of us, again, we'll talk about that. The problem, as we'll see though, is we haven't figured out a mechanism for crediting that work. We don't know how to tell people that's good stuff, keep doing it. Oh, and by the way, do the same number of publications you're supposed to be doing, teach the same number of classes, and serve on the same number of committees. And having been through that, I'm now tenured full, I don't have to worry about that stuff. I've been working to try to establish some criteria for our junior faculty who we are trying to encourage the same stuff, and that led to the last 2/3 of the conversation today, trying to come up with mechanisms for making sense how to do all that stuff. But let's talk about the first one. The only thing that bothered me a little bit yesterday was I heard an awful lot of administration bashing. Administration and society at large, brothers, throughout all of yesterday. They're sort of our enemy in the US, driving much of these educational reforms. Bill Gates, surprisingly, the Broad Foundation was mentioned yesterday. And as wonderful as it is, and I really do think it is wonderful that a lot of you are working on those big macro level social justice kinds of considerations, my focus is a little bit more, not micro, but meso. What are we doing at the institution to try to work on this stuff? And I actually don't think it's fair to blame the administrators. As we heard yesterday, most of them really do hate it. Even that great Marx cartoon, who was the enemy? A faculty member in the role of an administrative head. Administrative heads, department heads are still members of faculty. And so they used to be us, they still are us. They have tons of pressure coming from on high. I helped hire our most recent Dean of Arts and Humanities, and we regularly commiserate over drinks. He would love to do what I do, which is resist, as we'll talk about, but he can't. He serves at the pleasure of the president. The president serves at the pleasure of the board of trustees. The board of trustees serve at the pleasure of the governor and indirectly the legislature. And how did they get recognized for their work? We get recognized through promotion and tenure processes. In our system, it's through accreditation. And for us, it's WASC, the Western Association for Schools and Colleges. That's their RTP process. And they want to get A's in it. They can't get A's without us. And so we are given a choice. We went through ours, just finished it a couple years ago. And for the 3, 4, 5 years leading up, they turned us into little eager beavers. And I think we had profound choices along the way. And this gets at the faculty who aren't here today. Many of the faculty embraced that role because it got them the right kinds of perks. David yesterday crossed mine as the sort of evil out there somewhere. So while we're doing this and they're trying to get A's, I kept saying, can't we do or a C- in our accreditation process? Can't we just pass? And our president serves on the commission. So he couldn't get a C minus. He was putting pressure on the provost. Provost didn't want to get a C minus, so she puts the pressure on us. How many of you have read Rhinoceros in ESCOs? So instead of Das Mod, which is some vague they out there that Heidegger does this glorious job of scaring the hell out of us with, Ionesco's wonderful absurdist play is, I never know which is the difference. It's either a metaphor or a simile. How one gets caught up in groupthink. And first, one person in the play, one person thinks, hey, how cool would it be to be a rhinoceros? And he becomes a rhinoceros. And then other people gradually get caught up in that way of thinking. Well, for faculty, they dangle a course release time in front of us, and you wake up in the morning with a horn. Or they offer you half release time, and you've got 4 legs and a tail, and of course the golden grail, the whole shebang. You have full release time, and you're a full-on rhinoceros. Those who want to resist that pressure risk being trampled in this metaphor, or simile, whatever it is, quite literally. So, yesterday we were told, you should resist. And we did. Michelle was talking about saying no to the forms. About 3 years ago, I got some new demand to fill out something about general education course approval. And I just said, I ain't going to do it. I've had enough. And I emailed a bunch of my friends who I knew were of like mind and who were also among the more respected members of it. And I said, let's just stop doing it. Let's create the Resist Nonsense group. And we did. And it lasted about 2.5 years, about 2 years. The successes were small. We did get the provost to agree to a substantial increase in research allocation money. But looking back, I think that was a distraction. Here, we'll give you guys some cookies. And now as we're doing all this massive overhaul reform and you're looking the other way, they're going to slip all of the bureaucratic nonsense in. And we just have a ton of it now. And part of what was happening in the midst of all of that was that the faculty, even those who were part of the group, were not willing to go out publicly and challenge the administrators, or I think even more importantly, challenge their colleagues who were getting the horns and the tails. They felt fearful, and they, in the back of their head, were maybe thinking, if I'm a good boy or a girl, maybe I'll get a course release time too. And it's important to remember that we are not powerless in all of this stuff. The book I'm working on now is on professional ethics. These days considered a whole separate area. And part of what you look at are what are the criteria that separate out the professions traditionally understood from other kinds of occupations. And they include certain kinds of higher education, a normative commitment to your client's well-being, and a key one is this idea of self-regulation. Lawyers determine who's going to be a lawyer. Judges determine who's going to be a judge. They also determine who's going to sanction their own. Doctors set their own criteria. We set our own criteria. We decide who's going to be a member of the faculty and who's going to be retained and identified as successful as a member of the faculty. It's in fact not the administration. Now, some of the stuff we were hearing yesterday about what's going on in England, it may be that that's a horrible future we have to run away from. But at least in the United States still, the administration will not change our criteria for tenure and promotion. We also play some role at least, in selecting who will be our administrators and certainly who will be our department heads. And the we, of course, is those of us who fell into these more protected positions. And we define the curriculum. So thinking about that, switching the gears now to the talk that Mark asked me to come and do, one of the ways that we can respond to this idea that we can just junk the humanities. 2 years ago, they tried to cancel, we're a joint department of philosophy and religious studies. They tried to cancel the religious studies program, and they kept saying, philosophy, you're next. And part of how we were, in our particular case, we were able to diffuse that is because it is very well known and very well respected, in part for our work as public intellectuals, because our ethics center is indirectly attached to the. And so we staved that off. And I think for the foreseeable future, religious studies is going to die by attrition, but philosophy will probably sustain. So thinking about ways to remind people of our value, we also need to be thinking in that process about who among us should be doing this kind of work, how should it be done, and in particular for our conversation today, how do we evaluate it? Michelle's giving out cool t-shirts in the Bronx. Should she get some credit on her post-tenure review or her annual? Joel's radio broadcasts. From experience, that stuff's hard. You spend a lot of time doing that well. I can almost guarantee he's still here. Yeah. It's probably counted as service in his annual reviews. Doing intervention, activist intervention rather than research, cool, great, but that's not going to get you tenure. And even the celebration of how interdisciplinary the university is becoming, for most programs still, at least at R1s, if you are not publishing in your discipline's journals or with the right book house, you're not going to get tenure and promotion. So all that interdisciplinary stuff is perfectly cool. You do all the other stuff. So one of my graduate school mentors, as James noted, my degree was from the University of Tennessee, where they were one of only 2 programs that had a doctorate in philosophy and bioethics. And they were really training us to do something like public philosophy. One of my mentors, great guy, went on to another university. And upon being hired, was told by the dean, your publication record's fine. What I really want you to do is get out there in the hospital, do some good consulting work, create opportunities for our students, and don't worry about it, you'll get tenure. You know how this story is going to go. That dean left, and he was denied tenure. And I haven't heard from him for 20 years. That really motivated me that after I got tenure, that we needed to change our criteria in our program to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen. And these days, there's an increasing call, and even greater, I think, for faculty to be out in the public arena. Some of you may have seen a little over a year ago, Nicholas Kristof in the Times did this lovely piece on why faculty should be out there engaging the public, engaging in political conversation, doing great community activism, all of the things that so many of you folks are doing really well. While they're calling for that, they haven't figured out how to credit it. A month after Kristof's column, these 2 professors from Columbia. The whole, of course, the backstory is extraordinarily complicated, but it really does look like in the end, it came down to they were spending too much time doing their public work and not enough time doing the traditional work. And neither of them was in a tenured position. And in exploring this, what struck me was it's not just that we have a really hard time categorizing this kind of work, but so much of what we do doesn't fit in the boxes. Much of my publications, many of my publications have come from teaching, and I often teach what I write. So is that teaching or is that scholarship? Some of the service work we do, you put your name on a committee list, show up every now and then, check it off come review time, everybody's happy. Versus for 5 years, one of the roles I had was we're a union campus, I was our grievance officer. Just tremendously difficult, hard philosophical argumentation, really trying to do the very best I could on behalf of these folks. Took hours and hours and hours. Candidate service. In the same way, name on a sheet to serve on the Faculty Affairs Committee counts as service. So figure out how all of this works together. Convinced me that, as Chad talked about yesterday, some other examples there are ways that they don't fit the boxes. Chad talked yesterday, I think, about integrated advanced learning as the replacement for teaching, research, and service. My argument is, tentative one, is that we should have a holistic and qualitative characterization of accomplished teacher, scholar, citizens. That's what we should be trying to promote. Tons of examples of really good public scholarship. The Stone. Do you guys get philosophy talk up here? You know philosophy talk? It's two guys from Stanford, Perry, and I'm not remembering his other name. Radio broadcast across a number of radio stations. And they're doing real good hard philosophy. And the irony was, when I wrote this, I was thinking of a friend of mine who was invited on and the real good hard philosophy work that he had to do in order to not sound like an idiot on national radio. A couple months later, I was invited to go on it, and they're working that out. But for the two guys doing it, it's just a ton of work and will be counted as service. So, do those things count as teaching? Of course they do. We're doing teaching every time we open our mouths, I think. Whatever context we're in, we should be doing some kind of teaching. But it's not only teaching. Is it service and scholarship? Sure, we're serving our community, we're serving our university, but we're also doing good, in my case, philosophically driven work, often far harder than some of my publications. So if it doesn't really fit those categories, what do we do with it? We're back to that conclusion. So how do we justify that? And here's where my argument's a little more, I'm trying to figure this out phase, so I'm really hoping you guys have some feedback. It motivated me to do a meta-level shift. What's the purpose of the university? What are we trying to achieve? The stuff that we take for granted on a daily basis, I think it's important for us to reassess what we're about. We're about educating, advancing ideas, creating an intellectual environment for ourselves, our students, and our community, and I think improving the lives of others. Not just our students, but the community in which we are based. So how do we do all that? That's just a partial list. In trying to figure out, again, which box to stick that stuff in, you talk to somebody who does any kind of complicated academic work. When they get ready for the review, they're finding themselves saying, well, I don't know where this goes, I'll just shove it in here. So instead, I think we need to be looking at this much broader category And among the problems with doing that, and I acknowledge there are some serious ones, the reason why we think scholarship, one of the reasons we think scholarship is so important is because we're looking for that our colleagues are good at what they do. And one of the ways we get that affirmation is by outsiders taking a look at it, getting that peer review. It makes our lives easier. We don't have to do the qualitative assessment ourselves. Somebody else can do it. And for the kind of, particularly for public intellectual work, it's hard to do it, but it can be managed. You can seek outside commentaries from the people that you work with. What are they doing? How is it valuable? How does it contribute to, and then give them a list of the university's missions. How does it contribute to your mission? Second problem. We're a very conservative group, small c. We don't like the university changing. I've been at it for 30-some years. I hate to see the changes we're going through. I want to preserve the ivory tower. We really don't like messing with what has worked. But we also need to be regularly engaged in the to do it better. When I talk about let's change our criteria from the traditional 3 to this one holistic and qualitative approach, people just get nervous. They don't know quite how they would fit in that. Faculty engage in that regular kind of self-reflective, who are we about? Maybe because they don't have time, as we heard yesterday, dealing with too many dang emails. That's what a conference like this is supposed to do. It's supposed to help us step back, reflect upon what's important and why it is, and how do we better promote that. It's also tough to quantify. How many hours? Well, yeah. Again, it can be done. You can talk about how many hours, how many students, how many cases, how many op-ed pieces, whatever it is that some bean counter, somebody who likes numbers needs to see, you can do that. In the end, those numbers will capture this much of what you're really doing when you're doing this work. It's a much bigger, much broader, much more encompassing project. So that means you got to come up with some kind of criteria. If you are going to change the way we evaluate our faculty, in my ideal world, we have a single sentence. We seek to advance excellent teacher scholars, the determination of which will be made by one's peers. We know it when we see it. And that's what we should be trying to promote. And yes, it would demand that we do qualitative reviews, which are hard work, and they're emotionally hard work, saying to somebody, yeah, I know you got this published in X, but really that argument? Realistically, we have more extensive criteria are for reasons like these. We get petty jealousies, we're lazy, or too busy. We get historical animosities that have built up over time. So you need to have some kinds of protections built in. So you can't just leave it up to your senior to say, hey, we think you're an excellent teacher, scholar, and citizen. We just don't trust each other enough. And having worked as the union grievance officer, there's good reason to not trust each other. So instead, I think what we need to do again is back up. What's the purpose of the university? Come up with a list, something like this, and then translate any departmental criteria or university-wide criteria through those. And however that's done, if it's done in the classroom, if it's done in a hospital, if it's done in community activism, if it's done on a radio show, if it's done through publishing with Oxford University Press, whatever, however it gets done, we have to credit it if it's helping to achieve those things. And just a reminder, we really do have some power here. We get to dictate who gets in, who sticks around, and how success is defined. We can't turn that over to the rhinoceros. Rhinoceroses. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for lots of time.
So I want to preface this by saying I do meditation, and at my last meditation class, we talked about that the Buddha says we have 5 fears. First one is losing our livelihood, I can't remember, but the last one is actually fear of speaking in public. And I thought, that's weird, I don't mind speaking in public. And then I realized, oh my God, he meant like here. So I'm about to say something controversial, and I'm a little fearful about it, but if you can't say it here, like that would be a problem. So, and I'm also not raised really want to put this out there to people to think about. And that is, I almost want, well, no, I don't almost. I really want us to ask, instead of how should we evaluate, I want to ask, why should we evaluate, and why do we evaluate? And I want to putting so much effort into how do we change what the boxes are, maybe turn them from boxes into circles, instead of saying, let's get rid of the box making. Like, we subject to this evaluation from time immemorial. There are still universities in Canada, for example, at York University, where they don't go through these annual reviews. You submit your CV once a year, and that's all you do. So we're almost entrenching a process that is so problematic. What I would like us to think about are how do we change the conditions that put this process into place, as opposed to how do we try to reform the process to make it a little gentler or kinder. And I'll just say one more thing. I can't quite remember it. There was a talk on the radio once. Somebody asked, what's the value of falling in love? And falling in love is intrinsically valuable. And asking the question actually reduces it and turns it into something instrumental. So what we do is valuable, and we should spend our time doing valuable things rather than figuring out how to convince our managers that what we do is valuable. So I think that's kind of a problematic thing to raise here, or maybe it's exactly what we might want to talk about.
So let me quickly respond to the second one, and then I'm anxious to hear from others on the first. But the publication, I think Mark saw a publication that makes these arguments a little more detailed. It starts off with, of course we shouldn't have to convince the managers, but I'm enough of a realist. It feels really weird that as a philosopher, I'm one of the most practical people, it sounds like, in the room. It's creating this dissonance. It's going to shut me down any second now. I think we do. I'm seeing philosophy departments get shut down all over the world because they said we to tell people why we're valuable. We are. See it. And like it or not, STEM has the juice right now. They got the money, they got the energy, and they also have a lot of hesitations about what we're doing over on the fluffy side. And so I do think it's important that as much as we shouldn't have to, that we do in fact reinforce that we have value. And I'm confident this is a pendulum. It's going to swing back. Well, I'm somewhat confident it's a pendulum. It's going to swing back. The first point I would like to hear from others on, still enough of a to think, I need to know whether my colleagues are good teachers and good scholars. And if you can come up with them other than a normal review, cool. I'm not sure just turning in a CV would do, but whatever you come up with, lovely. Yeah.
As you're talking, what strikes me is that one of the questions that comes to my mind is, who is the we we're talking about here? And as we move forward in thinking about possibilities in our own institution, I think issues of positionality, issues of privilege are really important. I'll just share a quick anecdote. When I was hired as a tenure stream professor at the University of Manitoba in 2004, that first term I was invited to a faculty retreat. And I thought, wonderful, this faculty gets together to talk about issues that are meaningful, develop strategies for moving forward. This is really great. So one of our first sessions retreat, we had roundtable discussions, again, another format I'm really enthusiastic about, to talk about issues of concern. And then in bringing together the ideas that emerged from those roundtable discussions, our dean at the time, and I don't know if he even did this consciously, but he literally picked the senior most male faculty member at every table to summarize the results of the roundtable. The senior professor at my table did not, in fact, encompass what the group had talked about. He basically used it as an opportunity to put forward his own ideas and really emphasize those. And so issues of privilege, I think, are really important conversation. I couldn't help but notice as you were talking about your advice not to bash administration, and I think that point in itself is well taken. You were saying that you had been on a hiring committee for the Dean of Arts and Humanities, and that then you were having drinks with this fellow and gained some really keen insight into this person's personality thinking. And I thought, wow, I'll never be invited to drinks with my dean or, the university president, because there are gender issues, there are age differences, there are differences in worldview where my radical left-leaning politics are not that popular in my institution. And so in setting goals, I think those kinds of issues are really important. And there is an academic we can talk about, but we also have to acknowledge that even within our own institutions, there are hierarchies, there are power imbalances. Not all of us have the voice, and some of us are quite vulnerable. Even being tenured, some of us are still very marginalized. So to say the role and we can do this, we're not all on the same trajectories necessarily. I don't know that we all have the same goals for our institution. So I think some of that needs to be taken. And I just wanted to end with a very quick reference. Gross Boguel, his work has been mentioned a few times at this conference. And cited in one of his 2012 papers was a quote from César, the decolonial theorist, who in the mid-50s was resigning from the French Communist Party and had this to say in his letter: "Provincialism? Absolutely not. I'm not going to confine myself to some narrow particularism, but nor do I intend to lose myself in a disembodied universalism." This is kind of the big we that I'm talking about. There are two ways to lose oneself: through walled-in segregation in the particular, or through dissolution into the universal. My idea of the universal is that of a universal rich with all that is particular, rich with all particulars, the deepening and coexistence of all particulars. And so my challenge in thinking about this is, in the we, how do we engage in that deepening and coexistence of all the particulars that make up our needs and experiences?
A lot there. Let me try to address. I don't disagree with anything you said. So I'll start with an optimistic note. With 20 years ago, I wouldn't be the dean either. And maybe 10 years from now, your dean will be a leftist radical woman. And somebody else won't be having drinks with her. So you don't know now what positionality changes, right, throughout one's career. I have the advantage of a tall, large male with a loud voice and plenty of confidence. Some of my work in bioethics is criticizing consensus-based views, particularly Habermasi kinds of views, because in fact what happens is typically the guy with a white coat, is the one who speaks last. So power's everywhere. I don't by any means want to play that down. My wife is in some sense, temporary faculty member in the computer science department. A female in the computer science department shows why I put that hesitant caveat in there. She's also beloved by everyone. There's zero chance she will ever lose her job, but she doesn't feel that way. She feels that sense of tenuousness all the time. And the sense that if she said anything a little too controversial, that tenuousness gets thick. So I hope I have some appreciation through her and through most of our union folks, in fact, are what we call lecturers, temporary status folks, people I've worked with for the last 20 years. I hope I have some appreciation for the tenuous position that a lot of those folks are in. That's why when we started this resist nonsense movement, the initial invite went only to safe, tenured full professors who otherwise had the respect of the university, who could stick their noses out. And others came into the fold, but it was always us who spoke. That got a little old, that we were the only ones speaking, and I was trying to motivate some of the other safe faculty to be willing to step up. And that's part of the reason we ran into problems, that just folks weren't up doing that. There's a lot out there about how the administration will respond to people. So I think you're exactly right that we needs to be more subtle than just my asterisk version. And we need to find ways to get other people's voices into the conversation if necessary. One of the roles, again, to my research in clinical ethics, one of the roles of the clinical ethicist is as a power equalizer. Nurses often feel tremendously at an asymmetrical disadvantage. And so they'll come to me and I'll go to the doc to express their concerns for them. And there got to be mechanisms for how we can do that in the university as well. Please.
One of the things that I am frustrated by is the notion of a delayed safety or a delayed opportunity to be, you can say something true. And I think that safety is a false safety in general. I think it's a conditioning safety, it's a socializing safety that, well, and it's all protracted. I mean, so K to 12 has become a protracted step system towards college, and then a graduate school is a protracted now step system towards tenure. And by this time, you've spent 20 years not feeling like you can say anything, and then by the time you can say something, you've been totally bought in so many ways. And I know you all know this. And I think that safety is such an illusion, too, because I remember when I got tenure at my first institution, I thought, okay, I have tenure at an institution that is constantly changing the terms and the conditions of my labor. And so that tenure did not feel like freedom. That tenure felt like a saddle. That tenure felt like I was now, what does it mean to be tenured here when you can't offer me any stability and you are changing what it means to do this work? So one thing that I have been thinking about is not to get rid of it, have tenure be at the point of hire. What would that mean to what our work looks like? That it's not that you wait and are hanging in the institution in an afraid way for 7 years or 6 years, but that people make the decision at the front load that decision to make your job safe. And I know that people worry about well, that means this person who might be kind of iffy, who I'm working beside, well, I don't think that they should be here. Somebody else made a bad decision when they were hired or hiring committee, and I accidentally let somebody awful get through. But tenure never works to get rid of the assholes. Like, the assholes are still there. So I haven't seen, but I haven't seen tenure work in order to get to do that kind of screening that we act like it does. Actually, tenure has worked in order to, in the cases that I have seen, has worked to undermine folks who are doing really radical work. So I wonder what might happen, just as a thought experiment, if we move tenure to the point.
More or less a follow-up on it. We've gotten rid of some assholes through the tenure process and post-tenure that we did not recognize at hiring. Sometimes it takes a while. People can be really good actors. I think we have to have some mechanism. I don't care whether they're doing asshole scholarship. I really care whether they're assholes in the classroom. And that's who we have gotten rid of over the years and did not see that during the hiring. So I would be opposed to.
But if it happens after tenure, then you get rid of them. Then tenure is not protected.
It's much harder after they get tenure, but that however many years of evaluation between hire and tenure, however you want to set that up, that's where you hopefully will do a better job of the assholes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This will be the last one. Thank you, Christopher, for, I think you posed some salutary challenges and you gave us some really pertinent reminders. I was particularly grateful for the notion that we have academic agency, but with agency comes responsibility, and you had gestured towards some of the serious culpability that we demonstrate, as well as some of the admirable resistance and appropriate resistance. I want to push back a little against one characterization. You said that you heard yesterday a lot of administration bashing. Now, I would suggest that that was firm and situated critique of the particular situation that has prevailed in this country since the 2000, which is the lamentable failure of our academic leadership, not only to administer, but to advocate. The most public intellectuals, the most guaranteed cohort of public intellectuals in the institution should be the senior administration, who speak back to the power of the legislature, who intervene in public discourse, who circle knowledge. That is what we do. And we do that through just of institutional autonomy and freedom. And academic freedom only exists in its untrammeled exercise, rather than in its fearful, calculating, strategic, self-censoring ways, which seem to be what our leadership in Canada want us to do. Our National Association of University Presidents recently, on the centenary, revised their statement on academic freedom. And what we did was try to restrict it to disciplinary speech inside the academy, which would cut off your citizen category instantly from your holistic, qualitative category of who the professor should be. So it seems to me, Stephen Collini, the Cambridge intellectual historian, in a book called What Are Universities For?, points out when the assault on the UK came on a wonderful post-secondary system, the most zealous advocates of tough love were the vice chancellors. The people who purported to lead the institutions were worse. They were quislings on steroids. They were damaging the enterprise. They were betraying the relationship to the professoriate whence they had come, more than any redneck out there, any flinty-hearted corporate type or whatever. That our leadership has been singularly failing in its silences, in its self-censorship, in its internal authoritarianism. So if it sounded like administration bashing, it was poor, gentle approximation to the tough love we should direct upwards.
So the situation you're describing is no different in the States. Our administrations are caving in all the same ways. One of the things of doing practical ethics, direct in-setting ethics work has taught me over the years is that there's always reasons for that. When I got my degree, I was trained that bad things happen because bad people make bad choices. Well, we're all structuralists in here. We know that bad things happen because structures create environments in which people get caught up in conceptual schemes and scripts. Patricia Werhane's lovely work on that. And how that motivates you to make decisions that, through some other script, you would say, holy cow, how could I do that? Most of these administrators, just like most faculty, are good people. Some are assholes, just like some faculty. But most are not assholes. So for me, it's trying to figure out, how did good people cave in the ways that you're describing? What's going on? And they are getting both positive and negative incentives. You do it right, you get your every 5-year WASC accreditation. You do it wrong, and we may in fact fire you, as happened with a president in our system who told WASC to go screw it. Very gently. Go screw it. So for me, it's trying to figure out, it's easy as it is to demonize those folks for caving. I'm trying to figure out, well, why are good people making these terrible choices? In the same way, why are faculty becoming rhinoceroses? Because the incentives are there to do it, and the incentives are not there to resist it. And having different criteria is one tiny piece I think we can do to shift that balance slightly. And I have run out of time. Thank you.
Breaking with our format here, and Dr. Spooner is going to do the next introduction, just to change it up a bit.
It's not just to change it up a bit. That will become apparent in a moment. Our next speaker is Dr. Sandy Grande, and she's an associate professor and chair of the education department at Connecticut College. Her research and teaching are profoundly inter and cross-disciplinary, interfacing critical indigenous theories with the concerns of education. Her book, Red Pedagogy, Native American Social Thought, being published in a 10th anniversary edition. And I want to talk for a moment. So as a grad student, the work of Ivana Lincoln greatly and profoundly influenced my thinking about research and methodology. And as a newly minted PhD, when I got hired to come here, a dear friend of mine, Sylvia Smith, said, Mark, you're going to Treaty 4 from Ottawa, and we didn't talk about treaties ever. Said, you're going to Treaty 4, here's a book. She gave me a She said, you should read this book. You're going to Treaty 4. And so I did read the book. Junior faculty member, it profoundly influenced my thinking and set me in this place that I'm coming to, because it was an issue that I ought to have known about, but I didn't, and it never came up in my studies. And it never came up in my K-12 studies, it never came up in my graduate school work. It was absent, silenced, erased. But anybody who does come here and doesn't take up the issue of Indigenous justice is doing something wrong. And so I want to personally thank Sandy, because she was a teacher to me. But also in organizing this conference, she continues to be a teacher and continued to be one. I had lots of exchanges with Sandy throughout the year, and with each email she taught me something. And so it's a real honor to have her come and speak. I can't wait to sit in the front row like an eager pupil. So thank you, Sandy.
thank you, Mark. Wow, no pressure. But that lovely introduction really speaks to the main, I guess, sensibility I've gained since I've been here and prior, and that's of generosity. And just really taking in all the generosity I've had of spirit since I've come here. And that's much a testament to your work and the way you organized it, and the way you structured and have talked to us. You fed us in so many ways, and I'm very grateful to that. I'm grateful to the Life Speaker Star Blanket for welcoming us in a blessing way and reminding us that we are indeed guests on this land. And I'm grateful for the words and ideas of all the previous speakers. I've really learned so much. I'm even grateful, so I apologize for not being here earlier this morning. I feel like I haven't wanted to miss 5 minutes of the conference, but battling a bit of a stomach flu, but I think actually I'm grateful for that. Nothing like, this is going to sound really gross, but nothing like just before a talk being reminded of just how full of shit you actually are. Makes it all like very destroyed. So coming from that very humble place. I can just what the title is. Oh. So the title of my presentation is a gesture to Hull's All the Women Are White, all the blacks are men, but some of us are brave. Written in 1982, the collective of black scholars and activists established the field of black women's studies, writing back and against the sexism and racism they experienced in black studies and women's studies, respectively. Though written over 30 years ago, their efforts to establish an intellectual home within the academy remains ongoing. A durability, I think, provides important insights for Indigenous scholars working to define spaces for Native studies within the 21st Century Academy. While Indigenous peoples are racialized, race is not the primary element of subjectivity, nor is racism the main structure of domination. That would be settler colonialism. Similarly, while indigeneity is taken up within ethnic and American studies, Indigenous peoples as sovereign nations are more akin to nation ethnic groups. Yet they also refuse the nationalist discourses and do not consider themselves to be part of America as a political community. Furthermore, the intellectual and political projects of communities of color and other marginalized groups are organized around the topos of inclusion, such as equal rights, citizenship, etc., which is problematic for Native peoples who have resisted incorporation, asserting instead of prior and enduring sovereignty. Finally, while the decidedly anti-statist, anti-capitalist, the white within Marxist, anarchist, and other radical enclaves also makes for an uneasy fit, despite some shared commitments. The resulting text intersections not only illuminate the specificity of Indigenous subjectivity, but also the contours of a distinctive political project, one that compels around what it means to build collective solidarities. That being said, I'm interested in exploring the problematic that Hull and her colleagues set out to address in the name of Black Women's Studies for Native Studies, thinking through its place within the Academy. Some of the questions circulating in the background are, so some of these questions were prepared for this talk, but also in response to some of the tensions I think that have been circulating in the room, and it sounds like those are also getting played out, animated by the last presentation. So perhaps when there's time we can return to some of these questions, but here's how I'm understanding it. In what ways does the particular history of Indigenous dispossession, settler logic of elimination, differently position Native scholars vis-a-vis the Academy and other marginalized groups? What are the incommensurabilities between sovereignty and social justice projects, between those defined by relations of erasure and dispossession, and those by exclusion and oppression? And what kinds of solidarities and collectivities can be developed among groups into working beyond the imperatives of capital? At its creation of the Academy as an arm of the settler state, a space where not only capitalist relations and modes of production are reconstituted, but also settler logics. To be clear, this is critiques of the Academy as fundamentally neoliberal or patriarchal. While the structures of settler colonialism may be made more visible by neoliberalism of domination, it is a distinct set of relations, one predicated on the theft of indigenous land and the remove to replace logics that enable that theft. I mark this distinction as a way of underscoring the difference between decolonizing projects activated by claims to indigenous sovereignty and resurgence and others aimed toward a liberal horizon of access and equity. This reminds me of a question that was brought up, I think, yesterday with regard to Joel's presentation, where there was talk of an equitable redistribution of resources, and I think a question to ask toward that aim is what is the equitable distribution of stolen resources look like? Like, what does that look like? I'm particularly interested in reflecting upon the limitations as well as the political function of what Pavanelli terms the liberal diaspora and its attendant discourses of reconciliation and recognition. Projects promoted since the 1980s as a means of managing the legacies of political violences for victims and perpetrators living together in the same society. I think I'm going to skip forward a little bit. I just kind of carry through the histories a bit of those discourses of reconciliation and recognition in their relationship to liberal theories of governmentality. And basically in this section coming forward, I look at the analyses of the politics and recognitions coming from critical indigenous scholars such as Glenn Coulthard and Audra Simpson and Robert Nichols. And then mapping those analyses onto the history of higher education. So historically, the university functioned as the institutional nexus for the capitalist. Historically, the university functioned as the institutional nexus for the capitalist and religious missions of the settler state, mirroring its history of dispossession, enslavement, exclusion, forced assimilation, and integration. As noted by Craig Wilder, author of Ebony and Ivy, the Academy was a beneficiary and defender of the same social and economic forces that transformed West and Central Africa and devastated indigenous nations in the Americas. Here's a quote: "American colleges were not innocent or passive beneficiaries of conquest and colonial slavery. The European invasion of the Americas and the modern slave trade pulled peoples through the Atlantic world into each other's lives, and colleges were among the institutions that braided their histories and rendered their fates dependent and antagonistic. The Academy never stood apart from American slavery, and I add here, maybe dispossession. In fact, it stood beside church and state as the third pillar of a civilization built upon bondage." It wasn't until the mid-20th century that the underlying justification for exclusion and unvarnished forms of assimilation were broadly questioned as incompatible with contemporary norms of liberal democracy, compelling strategies of reconciliation and recognition. More specifically, the post-civil rights university became the institutional structure through which reconciliatory discourses and strategies were imagined and demands for recognition were deployed. In the context of the liberal academy, such discourses garner wide appeal in that they provide a means for neatly bracketing what are fundamentally complex and ongoing sets of relations, marking a definitive endpoint to a history of wrongdoing and from moving beyond that history. Consider, for example, the recent wave of colleges and universities in the United States that had issued public apologies for their involvement in the slave trade. Alabama, Virginia, Emory University, among others, have all issued apologies. The University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill erected a memorial. Washington and Lee recently removed all of its Confederate flags, and the College of William and Mary has launched an investigation into a history of its complicity. None, however, have offered reparations. None, to my knowledge, have acknowledged that they are stolen there. Brown University, which has arguably launched the most comprehensive project, including a commissioned 3-year study, an acknowledgement, a memorial, and an endowment for Providence City schools, reports that only 7.3% student body and 4% of its faculty are African American. Such statistics suggest that one often performed acts, such as apologies and remembrances, have the potential to include the need as well as forestall demands for structural change. Beyond their failure to transform material conditions conciliatory discourses have come to insidiously frame the demands for recognition issued by subaltern peoples. And I find this to be more troubling. On some level, this is to be expected as stories of exclusion and appropriation trade in the manufacturing of desire for inclusion and restoration, what Ahmed refers to as the affective economy. That is, seductions of the settler state are played out libidinally through the investment in its mirages of safety and inclusion, which proceed through what Agaventilo calls the imperial projects of promise and non-promise. That is, when certain classes of subjects are offered a tenuous invitation into the folds of the empire, there are always the bodies of non-subjects that serve as the raw material for this process. The false promise of a democratic future is waged upon a series of those upon whom the whole production is staged. Consider, for example, one of the most recent and widely celebrated texts to narrate the struggles of women of color in the academy, entitled Presumed to be Competent, the Intersections of Race and Class for Women in Academia. The 30 personal narratives of the visceral embodied nature of their struggle, the text providing a space for women to, quote, name their wounds in order to heal them. While the authors gestured toward transformation, the kind of change ultimately demanded is that which will provide future generations more fulfilling, respectful, and dignified experiences. I don't mean to suggest that these are not important aims. Everyone deserves dignified experiences at work. The project seems to end there. Indeed, of the over 60 recommendations made, none call into question the material conditions or colonial relations and asymmetric relations of power. In other words, essential anxiety lie with the systems of domination that gave rise to the university, but rather with women's inability to fully participate in it, a struggle that is unfortunately named as decolonization in the following passage. Quote, the essays in Presumed Incompetent point toward the third world feminist recognition that the business of knowledge production, like the production of teas, spices, and bananas, has an imperialist history that it has never shaken. Inventing the post-colonial university is the task of the 21st century. We can only hope that this task of decolonizing American academia is completed before the tenure track itself disappears. Sorry, I realized. So that's one of the memorials at Brown. And this is the text I'm talking about. We can only hope that this task of decolonizing American academia is completed before the tenure track itself disappears. Otherwise, scholars in the next century may confront another ironic example of women finally rising in a profession just as it loses its prestige and social value. Ultimately, the women's quest for equality as mobilized through a politics of recognition belies their own stated aims. That is, while the effects of recognition, that is, belonging, validation, tenure, promotion, may fetter the damage of non-recognition or misrecognition, the pursuit of the traditional rewards of what Wolff terms the inducements of the settler state replicates capitalist relations as well as colonialist relations of power, whereby the dominant, that is, the settler state or the institution, retains the authority to recognize the subaltern. Wolff writes, from the treaty area on, subjected to a recurrent cycle of inducements, that is, allotment, citizenship, tribal enrollment, etc., providing Native peoples choices that present domination as empowerment, thereby soliciting Native peoples' consent to their own dispossession. Coulthard similarly warns against the effects of inducements, particularly as they tender economic gains for individuals. He argues that when recognition is granted through mainstream forms of economic development, it inheres the potential for creating a new aboriginal elite, whose thirst for profit seems to outweigh their ancestral obligations. In this instance, the thirst for academic recognition drives a culture of competition and self-promotion, one that mistakes the formation of an intellectual elite of color for radical social change. For those engaged in efforts to dismantle a neoliberal university, attention to its affective economies is imperative. If we do not work to articulate the ways in which we become libidinally invested in the status quo, we run the risk of reproducing the same relations of exploitation we aim to dismantle. So this section is about developing the possibility of academic refusal, again drawing upon the work in critical indigenous studies, primarily lots of people do that. I'll give maybe two quick examples. Within the field of indigenous research, Audra Simpson theorizes refusal at the level of method and representation, exposing the colonialist underpinnings of the academic demand to know, as a settler logic. She posits ethnographic refusal as a stance or space for Indigenous subjects to limit access to what is knowable, to being known. Understood as expressions of sovereignty, acts of refusal are threatening to the settler state, carrying dire, if not deadly, consequences for Indigenous subjects. Indeed, Native peoples worldwide continue to be disappeared or murdered at disproportionate rates. Bodies and beings are regarded as refusals. While sanctions in the academy are not about life and death, typically, refusal to comply with the normative published parish tenure promotion disciplinary strategies can and do lead to increased marginalization, exploitation, and job loss. And in a system where Indigenous scholars comprise less than 1% of the profession, such conflicts bear hardships for individuals, but more importantly for whole communities. And I give that statistic continuously about the 1% because when we just think of that, decontextualize that we're just such a percent of the academy, I think there's a way to read that as a failure and a way to read that as a refusal. Okay. That being said, inducements are bad. We should not seek them. Okay, academic survivance is the last. And where I sort of return to the question of what kinds of solidarities and collectivities can we build. Despite the ubiquitous and often overly facile calls for solidarity, building effective coalitions is deeply challenging, particularly when working with Indigenous peoples and settlers of color or white radical scholars for whom the assertions of Indigenous sovereignty and decolonization force an uncomfortable reframing of anti-racist, abolitionist, and social justice agendas. To this end, I believe the question is not if a practice of decolonization is pertinent to other radical struggles, but rather how and why it is. Ultimately, it is incumbent upon all of us who claim a commitment to disrupting the individualized, consumptive, and privatized logics to do the hard work of building solidarities and forming collectivities. So what might this look like? I'm just going to sketch out a few things here, 3 points, and then I hope we can have some conversation. First and foremost, I think we need to commit to a disruption of complicity. To stage a collective refusal of the promised project of settler colonialism. This requires that we engage in a radical and ongoing reflexivity about who we are and how we situate ourselves in the world. This includes, but is not limited to, a refusal of the cycle of the seduction of endless self-promotion and branding, the Twitter feeds, the personal web pages, the incessant Facebook updates about our latest accomplishments, publications, grants, rewards, etc. Just make it stop. Second, we must commit to accountability, not accounting as noted by Michelle Fine, but that is primarily about being answerable to those communities we claim as our own and those we claim to serve. We can also be answerable to each other and our work. As previously noted, one of the things lost to the publisher-parish quantity over quality regime is the loss of good critique. In the Manichean audit culture, we have come to confuse support with sycophantic praise. Accountability to the collective requires a commitment to engage, extend, trouble, speak back to, and intensify others' works and deeds. Into responsibility, which implies reciprocity, where the development of is not contingent upon self-aggrandizement or exploitation, but rather mutuality. Inherent to the development of such relations is a commitment to slowness, as Linda Smith referenced, the arc of generational resurgence and transformation. One of the many ways that the Academy refracts colonial logics is through the overvaluing of fast, new, young, and individualist, and undervaluing of and collective. And in such a system, relations and paradigms of connection, mutuality, and are inevitably undermined. Also, I think, among other things, this distinction marks the edges of a binary that colonial logic seeks to eliminate. The difference between subjectivities produced in and through relationship to land, which takes time, and those produced under and through the significations of property. Toward this end, I've been thinking a lot lately about the formation of a new scholarly collective, one that writes and researches under a nom de guerre. If furthering Indigenous resurgence and not individual recognition is indeed what we hold paramount, that perhaps one of the most radical refusals we can authorize is to work together as one. To enact a kind of zapatismo scholarship, a politics of concealment, where the work of the collectivity transcends the one voice, body, and life. Together we could write in refusal of essentialist and identitarian politics, of individualist inducements, and other affective economies of the settler desire. Let's do it. Let some of us be brave. want, I can go back to the people, some of these questions.
Great.
Thank you. That was a wonderful talk. And I think that you pose the challenges but also the possibilities of an valid politics that is unfazed by the fact that it is using a nom de guerre but insists on using its own language to name its sense of its project. I think that's a wonderful. In this province of Saskatchewan, we have had recently government the declaration in the context of Indigenous rights to resources, that the honour of the Crown and the duty to consult have both got lip service, but nothing beyond that in terms of the agenda of the extractive economy. Now, the Premier of the province has said the resources of Saskatchewan belong to everybody in Saskatchewan. So there's a retreat into what seems like a liberal universalism, where meritocracy or hard work or something else will mean that everybody gets what they deserve. In the academy, I think a lot of us have the capacity to analyze and deconstruct and refuse that particular argument as an escape from the need for redistribution. Because whenever you want in Canada reconciliation to redistribution, the conversation stops and people leave the table. Do you have any strategies that you have drawn on to at least make a dent in that particular carapace behind which people claim to be just and universalistic while they're reinscribing the racist colonial practices?
Yeah, I wish I did. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what I'm trying to mark as kind of the insidious nature of the liberal politics, which I think is way worse, in my estimation, because it is so invisible and gets publicly marked as being progressive and sort of thing. But just to be clear, I think the platform, the I Don't Know More has a great platform, like land, sovereignty, whatever the like 6 things are. I think when you have a defined platform, you can move from there then to kind of, is working together toward that platform. So I don't think it's just a general redistribution that everybody gets everything. So I just want to be clear about that. That question. Yeah.
Have you seen exemplars of kind consolidation do not play the game that we would do right?
Well, there's a history, and what was the collective, there was a Black Women's Writers Collective, the Combat, yeah, Anchi River Collective. There's actually a group of geographers that are writing as a collective now, just a geographers collective critiquing the Neoliberal University. I think there's probably way more than I'm remembering at the moment, but there's a long history of collectives, and then, the notion of valid politics is, really rooted in the Zapatismo politics, where there was a Marcos, but there wasn't a Marcos, right? So which is different to me than the kind of liberal, leaderless movement, which I have issues with too. Because there's definitely leadership, there's definitely a platform, there's definitely voices that are there, they're just not being named. Yeah.
Your opinion, we need a radically rethinking of the very idea. They involve the creation of
Absolutely. There's actually a really great article. I can't think of the name of it at the moment, but it's in Decolonizing. It's in Eric Brisky's Decolonization Society. society, and it's about the need for hospicing the university, which I just think is a fabulous concept in that it's a recognition that it's dying, right? But that rather than sort of kill it off and make this demand of, you know, that there's a little bit more generosity of saying it served a purpose at a particular time and toward particular aims. But it's going. It's this close. So can we think now of a way to kind of, and as somebody who hospice my constantly, it speaks to me, I think, to do it in a way that honors. I mean, there's, you know, history of slavery. I mean, there's some that, we all have complicated lives, I guess, right? So, but to just like put it to rest, to me, that's a model that speaks more clearly and resonates for me more than kind of this notion that I talked about it earlier of indigenous. But it's a real question for me. Like, it's not something that I feel firm or real settled on. You know, when I walk by and I see like rooms in a university for smudging that are here, like it gives me pause. I don't know, like, is that a victory or is that something else? And it, you know, I honestly don't know. They are all questions for me.
I just wanted to know, instead of putting it to rest, because I think it would be really a long process to manage that. I'm wondering if we can use the transformative courses that have been involved, for example, in terms of like the digital age, like exploring the privacy, the earth-based environment. Like, what are some of these courses that might help us, you know, back to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the authors, and I don't know if somebody might be able to look it up, but
Yeah, I'm reading it, but it's the piece by Vanessa, you know, area.
yeah,
Reality,
yeah,
right? But having
yeah. I think the sensibility is really that we might be doing more damage by like we can add, you know, we can save it this way, and that's sort of the notion of hospicing too. Like, you can keep doing stuff, but ultimately you're just prolonging like a situation that's really not good for anybody. Like, just let's put it away.
Danny, there's the Edging Factory Collective. Download there. It's a manifesto. Download the and it's a collection of mostly writing about thinking. That is. There's also a great article by Mike Neary, NEA, and Critical Education, Journal for Critical Education Policy, that gives you the whole history of the knowledge liberation crime, things that were happening in Paris, and now with international groups banding together to rethink. Mike Neary's article summarizes that history of that struggle and shares some of the university.
Yeah, thanks.
I just want to ask, and I asked this really humbly and unknowingly, but I wonder if the concept of healing, which seems to be so important and so integral, healing rather than I'm so committed to the university, but I come from a different. So I don't know. Do you have a response to that, or does anybody have a response?
Absolutely. But I mean, again, there's a point at which, you know, and it's visceral for me because it coming off, there's the go hospicing my mom, and I think you just get a point where it's like, yeah, There's no healing. But it's very generous time. It's not like aggressive, I guess. Like, had a long life. Maybe it's time for it to go.
Not replace it with what, but all the things that it can do, like its potential, where does that go? Or
I mean, I think in alternative spaces, of which there are many, I think already, they just aren't being recognized. I think we're kind of we spend so much energy trying to fix, that I think we're not. One of the questions I think they raise is, if we let go of that energy, where can we put our collective wisdom and energies toward?
So there's, I think this is actually one of the most compelling and creative conversations that I've been part of, and around like what kinds of universities are possible. And I think it's probably a paper that's coming out called a third university is possible. And I know that Fred Bowden and Stefano Marnie have that great publication on their comments. I think that there's so many wonderful ways that people are thinking about what university has been and what it can be, and that language that we get from that. And I think I'm so appreciative that you are what additional arguments for why that might be the term that we're willing to bring to the table now. So I just want to affirm that being something that lots of people and lots of different ways on, and even though it seems like so much, as Dr. Linda said the other day, let's not romanticize what the free neoliberal university has been and what the university, how the university has done that we're talking about. So, whatever those metaphors about rearranging chairs on Titanic or something like that, appropriate. And to make, of course, it's on the last day of the conference, that was our imagination, but I think that's so important, and I'm down for that.
Yeah, and I think it's particularly resonant for, so maybe Indigenous peoples definitely need to hospice. I don't know about everybody, but I think we have lots of alternative spaces, lots of people about it. But to me, the way it gets, I think part of why I don't think about healing is because I don't know how to get out of that constant politics of recognition, right? Of and we're all complicit. It's just but what would it mean to write and not the whole first author? I don't know. What would it mean to just where it doesn't matter who we are, right? We're writing toward this project. Oh, there was just a way. Yeah, this is like I said, really new work, and so I appreciate that question because it's something I'm trying to. But to me, when I think, been thinking through what are the distinctions between decolonizing project, social justice project, of just making this more accessible, making this space more accessible. There's still that investment. Foundational investment in something that just to me feels like property. I haven't teased it out yet, but either ownership or authorship, or it just seems to be driven by a sense of property. Whereas like if you take yourself out of the space and you just think primarily about relationship and mutuality and not about these inducements and about building something very much to what Linda was talking about, and not the metrics of the change, but like just giving the time for the generation to see the generational cycle of transformation. And even like a commitment to change feels not good to me, because you could to have a certain kind of agency to it, whereas, you know, I think, anyway. So that seems to be more about relations to land, and the slowness of. It's not us like exerting our anthropocentric whatever will on, but let's be attentive to what's happening and how can we be part of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I haven't had to remind you to come back in, so there must be a sense of we're coming to near the end. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to introduce Charlene Barehead and to hear about what the idea of reconciliation might look like and how we in the Academy are implicated. Barehead is the education lead at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation at the University of Manitoba. She served as the program manager for the National Day of Healing and Reconciliation, the education manager for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and the national coordinator of Project HEART. Prior to her time with Project HEART and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Charlene served as a teacher and principal, education director, superintendent of education, both on and off reserve in Alberta and Manitoba. She is the founder of Mother Earth's Children's Charter School in Alberta and assisted in the creation of the Aboriginal Circle program at Argyle Centre with Edmonton Public Schools. We're very happy that you're here to talk to us today, Charlene.
Abaste, Olim Shawia Gabi, Shnisha de Waka, Ishnishina Makuche, Wichasta Shahia Naiska, to acknowledge, no, that's Nakota, I'm not a Cree speaker. I would like to acknowledge Kakisawe Tatamua Noah Star Blanket for the honor that he gave us in the beginning of this. So it was very kind and generous of Noel to offer after when I went to him and asked him, can you tell me how to say speaker or that title in your language? And as is always the case in my experience with the generosity of people of a territory that have by far been the people that have suffered the biggest injustices of all of us in the room, he was so kind as to worry about me and said, it's really wrong. And my response was, I think that's okay. I think given what you have endured and taken on and been so generous to give back, that I can practice words that are not in my language. So he was very kind over the day. He helped me again and again to be able to make sure that I was pronouncing it remotely close to what it should be. But there was also some research. Actually, I love the question about what is legitimate research, because that means even I could get included. Because for me, the interest was the story behind, because I don't know anything, but I believe there's more to the story than one speaker. And my experience is that there's so much more in that understanding than what we can shrink it down to in English so that we can say it quickly. Move on to what we're doing next. And I appreciated his explanation to me to help me remember that Kakisawe was the name of but the voice, but the powerful voice. And I think the danger in us using English words in the work that we do is as soon as we use an English word, even though we'll still all debate what that English word really means, as soon as we use an English word to describe what it is that we're doing, we take away from the story, and we automatically have 7 different, or if there are 7 people in the room, or 100 different interpretations of what that word means, but it comes with a preconceived notion of what that word is. So I appreciated him talking about it at the time to understand, because even the word pimatsuin, which was the only Cree word in that term that I was familiar with, it takes such a long time to really embody what does that mean, that we live together in mind and an understanding about how we live, the way that we live, the way that we are with one another. And I wanted to bring that up partially because I want to be able to honor the people of this territory, or give them something to laugh about when they hear me try to pronounce it, because I think either way is a purpose. But I think it's important, to me language is important, the way we use that and that we try to honor people, but also to take a look at, do we all speak the same language? Because I will tell you, it's taken me a couple of days to practice that. But I'm the only speaker here that doesn't speak your language, I think. The language that I've heard over the days, the language that I speak. And yet, I think that if we open ourselves to what it is that we're hearing, whether it's in the Cree, whether it's in the Dakota, whether it's in your language, the language of your people, in your culture, because it's my observation that we begin to understand the sense of what that is. So even if I don't understand every word that you say, when I go to the sweat lodge, I don't understand every word that's said, but I understand what's being said. So I just wanted us to think a little bit about the whole indigenizing, because there's an English word. And it sounds to me, and again, let's remember I don't speak the language. It sounds to me like a new process or something that we're doing to something to make it different. So given the fact that we are on the territory in the language, what we say, the Shahia, the Dakota people, the people of Treaty 4, well, that we are doing something, is it possible that we can do something new or foreign or different? Or is it really about reconciling the wrongs that have been done on the territory? So I just want to talk about the language. But I want to thank you for the work that you're doing and the part that you're doing. Because even if we don't speak the same language, I kind of felt like I spoke a different dialect of what Michelle spoke. And I think that's because not the same experience at all, but there are some similarities in the lived experience in the work that we do in the communities that we do. And some of the people that that spoke here, I felt like there were maybe some of the dialects that were closely related to another within English. We can talk about the word reconciliation, and everybody has a different understanding of what that might be, whether or not that's a good thing, whether that's premature, whether that's too late, whether that's whatever that is. But at least we're having that dialogue, whether we're having it in the same language or not, we're understanding one another. So I want to thank you, because I've heard bits of that throughout the 2.5 days. And it gives a great deal of hope to know that people in your community, throughout your culture, are seeing how important that is and making that important. Because all of us that inhabit any territory within what some people like to call Turtle Island to be English, we're somewhat important to respect the people whose home we're visiting or we're staying in and we're living in. And part of that is the writing that you're doing. You know, I thank you for that. I had one of the delegates of the conference club early on, and I'm really humbled to be here with all of you, I have to say. And one of the delegates came up and said, I'm really looking forward to your talk. And I was trying to find the stuff that you've written. And I said, you know what, it's okay, stop. Because you might as well enjoy visiting the people around you. And then I started to think about that, but I know I spent a lot of time writing. But unless you're someone that frequents the public records or the justice system, you won't read anything I've written. Because most of the writing that I do is writing glad you pre-sentence reports for Aboriginal people who are awaiting sentencing. But that's education, in my view, because I loved and appreciated what Dr. Linda said about what's most important at home is that we want to make sure that our research is making a difference in our communities and that it's useful. And for me, the way I can contribute my small part in that is to be able to do writing that will make a difference in my community, which is educating the uneducated, which are the judges, lawyers, child welfare workers, in our case, the Prime Minister. Those people who are uneducated, to help somehow create a narrative that can get past the BS, this is my position, shell. So when I write a glad you pre-sentence report, it's very important I need to be objective and that I need to tell the story. And so my research is the interview with the individual family. So when Vivienne started us out on the first day, I loved that when she asked the question, what's legitimate research? Because that could potentially include me in that. That could include anyone in that. Because for me, in the part that we do at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, and our goals, our aspirations, to inspire people to learn, the most legitimate research that we can access is the actual stories of the survivors. The stories of the intergenerational survivors. The stories of the bush pilots who are still haunted by what they were part of. And in the absence of the voice of the children who died, who no longer have their own voice, but the archival records through which we can help to restructure their voices. Those are legitimate research for us in the work that we're doing. And for families and communities as they try to restructure and regain a picture of what that is in their communities that have brought us to the place that we are collectively, and let's be clear, we are at a place collect on this tragedy. Nobody's been able to be a part of, and nobody at this point can not be a part of that. So we all have that part to play. She also asked, how do we measure that? And what came to my mind right away about how do I measure that? How do we measure that in our community? How do I measure that as a teacher? And as having been a principal, whose students that I have now, their children are in high school. So how do we measure that? So for me, the way I measure that success is, have we addressed numbers of children who are taking their own lives because of the trauma, because of the treatment that they experience, because of the ignorance of the people with whom they attend school? Are there an increased number of children that are now staying at home and being raised at home and having the support in their families because child welfare workers are being educated and how to me that's a measure of success. Is there a decrease in the numbers of racial slurs like the one that Lee shared in the schools, in the community, when people go to town? Are the numbers of store owners that are basically stalking people in the store as they're just there to get their groceries, is that decreasing? Those are measures of success in education for me, in my little world. So I really appreciated that. And Michelle, I would like to thank Michelle. Michelle's not here, but when she spoke yesterday about how dangerous it is, or how much she worries about evidence that becomes available and then is ignored. And I felt like that was a direct comment on what I believe my role is in my work and what our role is at the National Center for Truth and Record. I don't know if there's space on the shelf beside RCAP for 6 volumes of the TRC report to gather dust. RCAP was such an important, and what's happened. I really appreciated that, because for me, I've said from the time of the release of the, if I can convince you to change one thing in the language, it's instead of calling it the recommendations of the TRC, only because I got to be a little tiny part of that discussion ahead of time, it's the calls to action. And we talked about recommendation. To me, recommendation, remember, I don't speak the language, but to me, it is red or white. I think red goes with, I don't even know what it goes with, pork or chicken or something like that. That's a recommendation. Take it or leave it. I don't think these can be recommendations. I think these need to be calls to action. And I believe my interpretation of what I'm saying is that is what needs to happen. So the reason we chose the term education lead for my role is because that's not really a thing. What is an education lead? We went through, director of education, this, that, and the other thing. And we wanted it to be something that wasn't really a thing. Because my role is not to develop education resources or programs and then take them out to communities, universities, ministries of education, school divisions, and say, here it is. And then people get to check, stick the calls to action on the shelf, and move on. Our goal is to engage. And education is very broad. As we're working with the First Nation Health Authority in BC, looking at how can we develop an education process for physicians who go out to First Nation communities and then decide these people just aren't enough. So permission to give up. Or educators who still make comments in staff rooms like, why don't average young people value education? So our goal is to never let this be ignored. That the evidence is now available. That with the close of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission mandate in that 6 years, that's not the end of anything. That's the end of the beginning. Here's the first step. The commissioners have worked very hard in the commission to gather for 6 years over 2 million documents. We know there are still approximately 8 million documents that the government hasn't released. To gather the stories of the survivors, to pull all of that together, but as Justice Sinclair stated when he released his portion of the report on June 2nd, we have brought you to a mountain. We've described for you a mountain and we've shown you the path. But we leave it to you to do the climbing, and we ask you to do the climbing. So I think as educators, not only is it our goal within education, within the National Center, but across the country, that we want to start doing that climbing, or that digging, really, into all of this with our students, but also to very importantly pass that message to our students. It's not I'll say, we can't let this be ignored for at least 5 years, or at least 10 years, or at least one generation. I've always believed that the way we respond to these calls to action and this evidence that's available to us defines us as Canadians. It will define us as who we choose to be. The residential school system and the 160 years of absolute destruction and attempted genocide. And I will say that the great thing about being nobody is you can use the terms that you choose. And I choose to use the term genocide because it wasn't just culture that died. It was thousands and thousands of children. The fact that it was an unsuccessful genocide is not a problem. The government obviously wasn't successful, or we wouldn't be following the Indigenous protocol as much as possible and trying to rediscover and relive and realize. But that 160 years of attempted genocide followed years for 3 people and a small staff to do everything humanly possible to gather as much evidence as possible. We at least owe it to the survivors and their families to make sure that the youngest child that we teach, the 5-year-old, that your students potentially will then have influence to teach their teachers, that they know that I believe our goal is and our responsibility is that this isn't ignored never again. So this, what we refer to as the dark chapter, I'm going to say it's the dark, I don't know, it's a trilogy, I don't know what it is. It's a whole bunch of chapters, a whole bunch of books, 160 years to really be a chapter in the history of this country. What's called canon history. Are we going to be the people that our grandchildren learn about, that saw it and did nothing? I hope not. I choose not to be that person, and I hope that none of us choose to be that person. Because in the end, I believe we have something greater than chancellor or government or whomever. And personally, I'm not willing to go, it's kind of inconvenient, so didn't actually get time for that. So I would like to take you to, this is the not available yet version of our website. So this is the beginning of what I have to say the amazing archive team at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation is starting to put together. So I have the permission and the permission of our director, and in fact, the encouragement of our director to share this. Some of the beginnings of what this will look like. So you can imagine the accessioning of these 2 million documents and all of these testimonies and everything else that comes with it is going into websites. So to start with, at the very most basic level, knows nothing about residential schools, and I need to know more and I want to know more. I can go and click on a residential school that's close to me, close to where I'm teaching, close to where I'm living. So what is happening is that all the images that are available through the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission will be then available on the site under that particular school. Right now what we have is the quarterly reports. So at least the quarterly reports then list, you'll see the records of all the children who went to that school, when they were there, what their needs, and then and it'll, so it's going to be in the process of transitioning. This was going to be launched in June, and then it was going to be launched in September, but we are quite sure that it will be launched on November 4th. We believe that's our day of the opening of the center. But it'll continue to grow, and it'll obviously continue to grow over years. One of the things that I'm really excited about that the center has made the commitment to is that although in the common experience payment, there was a deadline, and if you're a survivor who wasn't ready to engage in that process, by that deadline, you're out of luck. Gee, does that sound like anything that this government would do? Then it was the independent assessment process. And if you weren't ready to be rated on the scale with check marks to see what your trauma was at any given time by the deadline, out of luck. What I'm really excited about is that the commitment of the center is that as long as there is a survivor, racial survivor, alive that wants to give their statement and is ready, the center will take that statement, and that will continue to be added to that larger narrative of what residential schools was and continues to be in this country with this generation. What I was going to talk about, I want to talk about a little bit, and realized I don't need to talk to you a lot about research. But what that might look like as what would be legitimate research in a classroom or in a family or in a community of students. So we took a particular family, we're doing this in a couple of different school jurisdictions. I want to introduce you to someone named Wilson. Wilson's a person who, okay, so it's my husband. I want to introduce you to Wilson, who is a person who has been, an elder in his community, being really lazy, a ceremony person, loves golfing, somebody who carries the songs around dance for his family, somebody who carries the powwow song, somebody who is involved in the Sundance and who is just a very humble person who works hard for children. A person who said to me one time very early on when I first met him, when we worked together, and he was the vice chief for the Assembly of First Nations for Alberta, who came back from a visit to many communities and said, every time I go to the reserve, I see myself. And I see myself walking on the road. I said, I was walking into business. I said, I'm dirty, and I'm hungry, and I'm walking by the road. And so I stopped. I saw myself yesterday, he said, when I was in this community. And he said, I stopped and gave myself a hug and gave myself some money to go buy some food. And then I got back in the truck and came to the office. So people who know Wilson think that's really great. Look at all of those things that are passed on to him. Look at the things that he's sharing with the children in the community. That's a good thing. He must have come from a background where his family must have been really lucky. They must have escaped some of that. What happened to so many families. So I will let Wilson tell a bit of the story himself, and then I want to share with you just a little bit of what we're doing to do some education and what's possible in a short time, both on the education side and the healing side of that, all of us coming together.
We kind of grew up in trauma, being survivors, a child. We kind of inherited what they received. And we all started out as alcoholics. We all did things that we should never did. We did drugs. And we're slowly trying to break the cycle. I remember, I think about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up. I heard this noise and I got up. And there's my mom sitting against the wall, and there's blood everywhere. And my dad's beating on her, and I was wondering what's going on. So all I did was jump on his back. Yeah. Well, that night my mom went to the hospital and she got back the next day. And all I heard was, well, she had a miscarriage. And I didn't know what that meant either. I didn't know what miscarriage meant. And what really happened was I think my dad murdered my brother or sister.
So when I was thinking about how to share this with you, part of it was to, let Wilson tell a little bit of his own story first. And that's a really short excerpt out of a video series that was in Vancouver called Mavericks. It's on YouTube. So we're going to read something. Don't look any further for something I've written about the work, but it's a short video about the work that's being done. But I think it's important because I've heard, I think we talked about it a little bit, I know we talked about that's what we hear. You know, that's when we talk about what it is. That's often what people hear. And without the rest of the story, without us being able to access the authentic voice, whether it's through the documentation, the primary source documents, through the survivor stories, through the intergenerational survivor stories, we get this narrative that's prevalent in mainstream, whatever that is, society. And people, both people in community, families, and then people who have no experience and say, oh my God, see, that's how Aboriginal people live in their communities. It's just so crazy. If you don't take a look at the history, you don't know where the crazy came from. It didn't come from within the community. So in the story, one of the things that we've done is Wilson said, you know what, I want to be able to find out. I want to be able to share that, because if we aren't willing to share where that came from, so we've started with the archives team to take a look at that. So, because you have to ask your question, who is this horrible man that was beating his wife? Who is this animal? Who is this terrible person? Well, even if we take a look at that, look back, but let's remember he's also the person who passed on those songs for that ceremony. He's also the person who, when he wasn't in pain, because there was nothing there to help support what he went through. So here he is. You could call him Stephen Barrett, or you could call him number 196, because he was number 196 in Edmonton Residential School. So if we take, and if we just look, we look down there, we go, oh, I see, his father was Samuel Barehead and his mother was dead. But we know in the family story that his mother died when he was 4. And that Samuel Barehead actually isn't his father, but his stepfather. And in the family narrative, he was what a mean, horrible bastard who signed his stepson into residential school at the age of 7 just to get rid of him, because the child was really on his own from the time that he was 4. And there was no one to love him or care for him or look after him. Because that's all the family knows until now. Until you really can't say, if you look at the third name down, in 1916, I think. It's way too small for me to see up there. So yeah, he was discharged. So Samuel was in residential school, and he was discharged in 1916, and he was discharged in June. And then, we go to the next. By October of that year, after spending until he was 16 in residential school, he was already enlisted in the Army. So we take a look at that and go, maybe we this as we reconstruct this and think, maybe this is a person who went to residential school. So you take post-traumatic stress, and then was in the war, and so you add some more post-traumatic stress on top of that. And then he goes home and marries a woman who has a child, and has a child with that woman, because Stephen has a brother that's 2 years younger, and then his wife dies. And so, we might want to, as a family, rethink, and that doesn't mean it's okay, but to rethink what his reality was and what that story is. And so our goal is to look at what we're trying to do, and trying to encourage educators to do, is not talk about the percentages, the 3,000 children who died, which is just, as soon as you get hard numbers, again, it gives you that opportunity to dismiss that. So we take a look at that, and we think, and then we look at, okay, here's just actually the census, and if you can see it, you can find Samuel Barehead. Oh, look at that. There was no father when the census was taken, but there was him and his mother and his 2 sisters. So there's that, to take a look at what was he looking after at a very young age, at the age of 16. And then we continue. So those are kind of the expected things, I think, that we would look for. But I just want to, because there's those little things. So it's about educating, and I feel like this is an opportunity where we can educate, non-Aboriginal people, or non-Aboriginal people can educate themselves as researchers through this, but also that there's some healing at the same time as education. So there's the healing within families, within communities. There's some closure, but there's also that healing of that relationship that brings us together. So one of the questions, I just had to look at this, one of the questions that people ask all the time is, Wilson, where did your name come from? It's not a very common first name. We don't know another Wilson, and he doesn't know. He's 57, and he doesn't know where his name came from. Last week, as we're looking through the documents, like, oh, look at that. Number 194, who was discharged at the same time as Stephen, Wilson's father, name was Wilson Buffalo. And they spent 8 years in residential school together. So sometimes the unexpected, the little questions that you thought you'd never be able to answer, it's about educating. But it's also about really healing. And what is reconciliation? What is that? I mean, what is healing other than within oneself or with oneself? So I just wanted to share that a little bit because we found in a couple of documents that. So when you think about an orphan family, number 194, who was his friend Wilson, probably the closest thing that he had to a brother to me his child. Then I think we should take a look at who's this woman? Because there are different stories. So we click again. Oh, sorry, I forgot. And Stephen then, you see in the middle, Steve Barehead, Paul's found, Alberta. My husband and my brother-in-laws and sister-in-laws know that their dad was in World War I, but until the records came out, nobody even knew he was in the Korean War. So it just helps the family also to take a look at that. And we think that it will make a difference when you're looking at somebody who has no experience in rebuilding that life and creating the life of a recreating life of a person that you can get to know. But it also helps people who thought they knew who their families were to get to really know who we are. So I just want to really quickly that. So this is very good. We go to the next one, Katja. So, here we go. Here's our application form. Good. We got that. Number 259. There's Nancy, same application form, probably similar story to the person who became her husband. Notice that they both had the same name before they got married. Because Steve Barehead's last name really wasn't even Barehead. But let's think about that whole thing and about the taking of identity and how I know here and I know that my Maori brother, Hohap, has a Dr. Linda, talked about how, whether it's Indian agents or people, but just change your name because it was just too inconvenient. So that was the name he was given because close enough. So I didn't see anything glaring about how this one's different until then we come across a letter. We come across this letter, which you really can't read and you can barely read it here, but it's a letter from the Indian agent to the Secretary of Indian Affairs Branch. Notice this is from the Department of Mines and Resources. Let's remember that this was all under the Department of Mines and Resources. So we shouldn't be shocked. We're shocked every day, but there's always something. So he says, please find the application for admission of entering the residential school made on behalf of Nancy Barehead, number 88. Because of course, how confusing, you have your number as a treaty Indian, and then you have your number in residential school. So I beg to report, that the Father John Barehead refuses to sign this application. If we go back, I didn't notice that first, but there's no signature on this application, and there was a signature on the other one. He states that the Reverend Mr. Wordsworth, principal of the school, agreed that he would keep the child for only 3 months, and if the child liked being away from home, and or if she didn't, then he, Barehead, would not sign the application until after the end of the 3 months. I have no knowledge of such agreement, and I do not. So, our archivist has very excited because she said, here's some visual proof for us that a parent was resisting. Remembering that you would be incarcerated potentially. Remembering there was a parent resisting. And so that was on November 12th of 1942. On November 20th, 8 short days later, and we don't have this one up here, okay. Back to the Indian agent saying from the Chief of Training Division, I'm in receipt of the applications and certificate of health and the admission of Nancy Bearhead and Bonnie Reed to the school. You may inform the principal that their admissions are approved. So never mind the 3 months, it's only his child. And we know that so I think the exciting thing is that there was some documentation already of the resistance. We think about, well, why would he be resistant? Go through the records, go a couple more, and you'll see at the bottom that John Bearhead himself, father, was in Red Deer Industrial School in 1906. May have some concern about why, and all we can do is project that, but it's more than we had at the source document. So this just shows that Nancy was then discharged when she was 16. So we can follow, but then as we get the quarterly reports that I talked about that were on that first on the website, through this we find that there's John Bearhead Jr. and in fact he had the same parents. The family doesn't know about a John Bearhead Jr. So then the question becomes, well, where did he go? We know that many children are still missing in unmarked graves. There's some interesting research being done at Brandon University. I can't think of the researcher right now, but on the records, there were 11 children who died in the residential school at Brandon. Through the ground scanning technology that's being used now, they've identified 77 so far. That means already there are 7 times more children that died there than are recorded to have died there. Approximately, the TRC has about 6,000, 4,000, 6,000, 5,000 names of children who died. What does that tell us about something we're calling a cultural genocide? It's a basic math, not science, but it's a basic math. So the importance of looking at it is we can find other siblings in these quarterly reports. So our first thought was, well, maybe he died in residential school and he's somewhere in an unmarked grave, except that you can find the documents that show that he was discharged. And as my friend Evan pointed out, isn't that interesting? I graduated, he was discharged. But he was discharged at the age of 16. So where did he go? So that's one of the continued research questions for us. Where did he go? So I just want to, so those are, you're researchers, I probably already overkilled the very simple and exciting for somebody like me, legitimate research. But I want to just talk about the importance of the whole narrative in the family, in the community. And when I talk about in the community, I'm not talking about necessarily in that First Nation community, but in that community collectively. That what is our history? What brought us to the place that we are now? And mostly, we can't even say with our relationships between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people, because it's mostly our lack of relationships between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people that come out of ignorance and fear. So I just wanted to bring this up because it was just kind of a fun, kind of cool piece of the puzzle. So you see, now Stony Plain, anything outside of Edmonton. So Paul First Nation, or what they call Paul's Band in Stony Plain, is about a 20-minute drive. But this is in, around 1917. That's a long ways to go from the reserve to enter the Mount Indian Pony Race. But isn't that interesting that there was an Indian Pony Race as one of the separate categories in the town fair at that time. So it kind of gives us a little bit of a picture into that bigger community as well. The only other I wanted to share with you a little bit because my only hope is that you will want to dig into ways and access what the center has to offer and include that work in the work that you're doing with your students. But when we talk about settler allies or whatever other English words you want to use that makes you feel okay with the fact that we're all on the path doing our different parts of what it is that we need to do to reconcile whatever that means, our relationships. There was a really interesting letter that came, and I don't know. Okay, we'll just put this one up because it's kind of where we're going, and I actually didn't expect you to read it. So there was a letter that we came across, and that was in October 30th of 1944, and it's about a complaint from an Indian. And it's a complaint, and it was really interesting. It says, a complaint from, it's supposed to be Alexei Simon, and it says Alki Simon. I'm wondering if that was some sort of stereotypical slip. But the writer references, who's the Indian agent, who references this complaint that he's been asked to look at. So part of it, he says, he's approached this Alexei Simon, number 114, from Paul's band. He says, I asked him if he had any specific charges to make against the doctor from his complaint, but he said he had nothing definite. He said, however, that some of the other Indians had complaints to make, and I told them that I would be out to the reserve headquarters in October to take those complaints. So he then goes on, I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but then goes on to say, I got there were no Indians there when I got there, so I went out to visit the families, and in every case, he says, in every case, that the doctor did not give the Indians enough attention and that they were not at all satisfied with the way he was examining the sick, and mentioned several cases where they had been neglected or where the patients had died. But these were all old cases and they weren't really recent. And I found that in every case, the Indians were not satisfied with the service that they were getting. They seemed to think that if an Indian had a toothache, it was up to the doctor to come out the 45 miles in his car to remedy that. And I explained to them that it would be a whole lot easier for the Indian to go to Edmonton. You know, the one that had to sign up with the Indian agent and didn't have a vehicle and wasn't allowed to. So I thought that was a bit interesting. I didn't at all like their attitudes. And it seemed to me that they are being stirred up by someone from the outside. Everything seemed to be wrong with the way their affairs had been administered. And I think they have been allowed to get way out of hand, far out of hand, and have been allowed to do pretty much whatever they please, with the result that they have done practically no work and have made up in their minds that the government is responsible. And so he then goes to say at the end that I think myself that if the doctor were to make periodic visits, maybe once a month, that there would be no more kicks. So that really just sort of spurred us on to go, where's this letter of complaint, and that's what we have up here. And so he does say that he's, the Alexei Simon said that he didn't write the letter. Well, you just kind of have to start reading it to go, yeah, probably he did. So it just goes on to say, would you please inform me at what age our children, so this is from Alexei Simon to the Indian agent, our children must start school. Is it compulsory to let our children be taken away from us to boarding schools? And then he goes on to ask, could they not have a school on the reserve in very clearly European educated English? And then says at the end, surely we are entitled to our rights. Then it goes on to say, I volunteered for service in the Army and have a discharge badge. It goes on to say, I have no right to expect fair treatment. I have no right to express my opinions. And I am to be orderly and treated in a very disrespectful manner. Then he goes on to talk about the doctor. I'm not going to do the whole thing. it's really, really interesting that he then goes on to tell that really what happens in his own language is that when the doctor comes out, he slows down, stops, looks out the window, says to people, there's nothing wrong with you, you're fine, and then goes back to town. So they have such an attitude of that. Then goes on to say, sorry that we're such a nuisance. I regret having any complaint to make, but many of us feel that these subjects could be dealt with in a much better way. Yours for a better understanding and fair treatment, Alexis. So I'm going to say that's kind of some beginnings to all they're asking for is reconciliation, as far as reconciling, in my understanding, right or balancing the work that needs to be done. So not only do we have the opportunity now, because the evidence is available, we have an opportunity that we haven't had even in the last 6 years as it's being gathered. And so I invite you and I ask you to access that evidence that's available. And as Michelle Fine urged us, not to let that be ignored, not for 5 years, not for a generation, but that not ever will we be referred to and studied as people who chose to go dark history and just write the next chapter. Change me that.
Would anyone like to make a comment or ask a question? Oh, hi, Katja. Sorry, I thought you were pointing to him, to our cameraman.
Oh.
So go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, that was wonderful, and the way that story is great. I'm excited about this piece of archive with teachers and education. I guess one thing that I would be concerned about would be, having students go in there and take up these artifacts and then story them through perhaps a colonial lens again. And I guess I wonder if you could speak to that, if you have any ideas of how we might avoid that, if there's anything on the site that addresses that.
Thank you, Katja. Did you get the question? So actually, I'm glad that you brought that up. Short period of time, and that's one of the things that we've talked about at the center, and one of the things that generally when I work with teachers and talk about is that, because there will be non-Aboriginal teachers who will say, I can't teach this because I don't have the right to teach this. And for me, I'm very clear, we're not asking you to teach cultural protocols. We're not asking you to teach someone else's story on a level as though it's your own. I don't have the right to teach cultural protocols or ceremony either. But we all have a part that we have, and we all have a responsibility to teach the truth. I really loved Lee's comment this morning about wait until it was okay for you to say something that was true. And it's so true. How crazy is that? That people have to debate whether or not or how we're going to put this into curriculum. Well, it's true. It's the truth. That's what it is. It's the indisputable truth because it's the truth of an individual who chooses. And how do we dispute someone's truth? So I think what's very important is that we can't teach that alone. We can't do this work alone if we're and whether we're Indigenous or non-Indigenous. I mean, obviously, if you're an Aboriginal person, you are far more qualified to teach this on your own But there's still, then, if we say people who are not Aboriginal don't have the right to teach this, we just let people off the hook to not have to take responsibility for teaching and doing the right thing. So what we're looking at the center is not all schools, this is kind of shocking, but not all schools and all school divisions have First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people within their boards, within their staff, to be able to do that work with, or there's a very small number at this point. And so if you're the person that is within that board of that school, you have to be, you know, as Shawneen said today, have to be everything to everyone, you know, and how is that possible? So what we're looking at is putting together a list, a reliable list of survivors who choose, and intergenerational survivors who choose to be part of that and want to share that and do that part of that teaching together. And also then find a respectful way so it's not, you know, here's everybody's information on the website and, you know, look somebody up. But I'm glad that you brought that up because it really is so important that we really each have a part, we each have a responsibility in that. And if we don't do things in that way, if we take shortcuts, we're going to cause more pain than healing.
Can we continue this conversation over lunch? Thank you so much. But welcome to the last two speakers in this very successful, from my perspective, and the last two speakers are both from this province, or institutions from this province, and will bring a local lens to much of what we have heard. Marcia McKenzie is an associate professor in the Department of Educational Foundations and director of the Sustainability Education Research Institute at the University of Saskatchewan. She is the principal investigator of at least the ones I know of, two SSHRC-funded projects, the Sustainability and Education Policy Network and the digital media project Youth Making Place. Her interdisciplinary research focuses on the intersections of environment and education, educational policy, and the politics of social science research. And she's the co-author, as we heard yesterday with Eve, of Place in Research, Theory, Methodology, and Methods, and co-editor of Fields of Green, Restoring Culture, Environment, and Education, and has taken under her wing several graduate students that started their careers here. Very happy to have a colleague from the U of S here, Marcia McKenzie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the slot in the afternoon, the last day. Thank you for being here. I am very grateful to be welcomed here on Treaty 4 and Treaty 6 territory in Saskatchewan. It's been a very intense few days for me, and I'm sure as well, working together, and very productive in the best sense of the word. It has felt really generative to bring together the tensions and also connections across presentations. And they've been really unique to have us all in the same room for the presentations. So thank you to Mark for making it happen. And it's also inspiring to see the support for an event on this topic at the University of Regina. So thank you to other folks here as well. I wanted to acknowledge the students, colleagues, mentors, and friends in the room over the last few days whose teaching practices, collegiality, writing, and ethics, and more serve as points of learning and support. As Rosalind Gill's presentation powerfully reminded me yesterday, and as Sandy also talked about this morning, it is important to not only critique broader structures, but also attend to the forms of academic relationality and feeling that we participate in daily in order to attempt to support more meaningful forms of work and living. So thank you. My concern with the focus of my talk today is sparked an awareness about my university's signature research areas, introduced in 2010 as part of an integrated planning cycle. There they are. As you can see, 5 of the 6 priority areas name or explicitly link to environment, while the first names Aboriginal peoples as a key area of research. In my presentation today, I will discuss these prioritizations are one, indicative of a broader shift towards so-called neoliberal regimes of science as part of the broader neoliberalization or economization of higher education, are also representative of a still under-examined relationship between neoliberalization and environmental politics, including in relation to land and people. I want to raise concerns about how the research priorities of individual institutions, which in part determine the allocating research chairs, research centers, and so on, are driven by federal government priorities. This is problematic in that, as elsewhere, federal priorities have been adopting and promoting neoliberal economic policies, including funneling higher education towards economic growth and national security ends. I will also suggest this is occurring through a focus on new and renewed forms of capitalization of land and life. As has been pointed out over the last several days, higher education has always been an instrument of the state, including in relation to colonization and economic priorities and the enclosure of forms of knowledge. Focusing in on higher education research activities, today I want to suggest how higher education can be seen to be functioning not only as part of neoliberal economies and in contexts like Canada in relation to broader and longer conditions of settler colonialism, but also as part of associated priorities of biocapitalism, or in other words, the capitalization on forms of life. To dig into this further, I'm going to first talk about neoliberalization and science in higher education research. What can be considered neoliberal economic policy varies across regions and scales, and thus it's misleading to talk of neoliberalism as a catch-all category. Or as Jamie Peck has said, it is not as simple as to say neoliberalism did it. While analytically inconvenient, neoliberalism should be understood to be operating alongside a range of other influences which cause it to take variegated forms, such as the conditions of globalization, as well as more local priorities of policy, culture, political histories of a region, and so on. Despite these caveats, it is also important to analyze the commonalities and connections across local neoliberalisms in understanding the influences on our lives and communities, including in our thinking about scholarly research. More often discussed in terms of implications of neoliberalization for overall institutional governance, academic programs, or effects on faculty activities and lives, there are a number of trajectories of scholarship which also specifically the implications of neoliberalism for higher education research priorities and their effects. This includes discussions of the deprioritization of social science and humanities research in contrast to work in the natural sciences. However, my discussion today, I will talk about research norms and pressures more generally, including across disciplines, and we'll use the term science at times in this broad sense in order to literature on this topic. In his book on research in higher education, Science Mart, Philip Borowski suggests that science in its current institutional locus, the university, turned out to be surprisingly central to neoliberal agendas. As James Porter quips in a review of the book, quote, "Money, of course, has always been needed to make science work, but who knew that science was just another way to make money?" The term science regime was coined by a historian of science, Dominique Pestre, to name the expectation of connection between knowledge production and research application. As David Demerett writes, the problem with this new social contract or understanding of research is not so much with the idea of making academic research publicly relevant and accountable, which concerns us here, but with the narrowness with which public relevance, accountability, and value have been defined. He explains the campaign to make academic research more socially relevant and more publicly accountable risk becoming something of a Trojan horse for a set of unexamined political and economic commitments. Underlying some of these commitments, here are 5 commonalities of neoliberal science regimes in higher ed as laid out by Rebecca Leave. A redistribution of the costs of higher ed from the public sector to the private, a growing separation of research and teaching, with the former increasingly seen as a source of revenue, circumvention of existing peer review systems, the expansion of intellectual property protections, which has been central to neoliberal accumulation, enabling an enclosure of life forms with knowledge as a target of appropriation. And 5, a tyranny of relevance, the privatization of knowledge to meet market needs at the expense of non-commercial research in the humanities, much of the social sciences, and even basic science. Or in other words, the scientific industrial system attempts to filter science through the sieve of industrial needs. I want to focus further today on the final point here of the tyranny of relevance. Similar to the program Linda Tuhiwai-Smith spoke about Thursday, one of Canada's largest grant programs is the Networks of Centres of Excellence, or the NC program. It is jointly by Canada's 3 granting agencies, CIHR, NSERC, and SSHRC, in partnership with Industry Canada and Health Canada. In a study of the NC program since its inception in 1988, Janet Atkinson-Grosjean traces shifts over time in emphases of the purposes of research as either knowledge or use focused, or in other language, basic versus applied, 1 versus mode 2, or excellence versus relevancy focused. She outlines changes over the last 25 years in the NCE program, resulting in a reduced focus on excellence or knowledge building research, despite emphasis on this area by academics involved, and instead an increased relevancy and adjudication criteria. This shift found to be a result of the input of government and policy proponents. Atkinson-Grosjean also suggests that the more practical or applied goals of the NCE, as well as its emphasis on distributed networks, for example, the triple helix models of academic, government, industry collaboration, were unprecedented and highly controversial at the time of the program's inception in the late 80s. And now, central themes of contemporary social policy. As she says, scientific excellence, commercial and private public collaborations have become central themes in all new federal funding programs. To areas of strategic importance to Canada's prosperity and international competitiveness. Through the inclusion of industry members and policymakers on adjudication panels, as well as via shifting funding criteria, according to Atkinson-Grosjean, the NCE program helped establish the explicit intervention of the policy establishment culture of academic science in Canada. The case of the development of the NCE funding program suggests an orientation to research similar to Pester's science regime of knowledge and requirements of its circulation and applicability merged together as a result of partnerships with stakeholders, largely industry and government policymakers. Interestingly, and perhaps worthy of mention here, in some ways this is not so very different from participatory or community engaged models of research, with different expected stakeholders, and thus in who gets to define relevancy or use. Part of what Chad Gaffield discussed yesterday, I think it was, in agencies moving from viewing research as transmission of knowledge to understandings of knowledge production and mobilization as embedded and distributed. Rebecca Leave represents this shift in the way you can see up here, where she has the first model, kind of the prior academic model of knowledge being produced in the academy and distributed out, versus the role of state and market forces kind of within which academics, community members, industry, and so on are producing, circulating, applying research together. Well, optimistically, the situated context of research can vary widely. So if we're doing other forms of community-based research, what are those arrows? What's informing this process? Not necessarily all bad. Because as Lave and others discuss in relation to neoliberal science regimes, increasingly it is the state/market driving the research priorities. In the example of the NC program and in other large research funding initiatives in Canada, because of their program criteria, and therefore their partnerships and thus relevancy, seem quite highly curtailed to a vision of Canadian economic built on advances in science and technology. This brings me to my second point, and that is the types of science or research that are increasingly being funded and furthered through this type of funding model. As Clayton Pierce has written, this is, quote, an economic paradigm that banks its future on scientific and technological advances designed to capitalize on forms of life. Capitalizing on forms of life has long been a part of capitalist economies. In his 1984 book, Uneven Development, Neil Smith suggested that building on roots in the Enlightenment philosophies of those such as Bacon and Newton, capitalism rests on an assumption of an external, objectified nature. Smith suggested it is the co-production of capitalism and nature that have ideologically located humans as separate from nature. Other roots of capitalism as an environmental project are traced back to John Locke and the movement towards the enclosure of land and access to natural resources for individual excludable use. These relationships of land and nature as separate from humans and as property also basis for practices of colonization and settler colonization in which extractions, spices, diamonds, labor, as well as land itself are pursued and taken, as many Indigenous and settler colonial scholars have written about. Neoliberalization as a form of capitalism, which continues to rely on the material of colonialism, can be understood as both a colonial and environmental project. Biocapitalism is a term that has been used in literature mainly to talk about the intertwining of nature and capital under new forms of capitalization on biological life, including the life of humans and other species. This includes various biomedical technologies such as genomics, or biotechnological or pharmaceutical research in which is generated through the productivity of living entities being instrumentalized along lines which make them useful for human projects. I'm drawing on this term here to also encompass extractive technologies which capitalize on land and life forms. As Pierce writes, what makes the union between science and neoliberal forms of governmentality constituting biocapitalism particularly dangerous are the ways in which biological life has become integral to economic growth in ways never before imagined. To turn back to Canadian higher education research funding, I'm thus concerned with how neoliberal regimes of science, research funding, and thus focus is driven by government and industry stakeholders then become such fertile grounds for furthering the biopolitics of neoliberalization. I suggest that these relationships are evident in the signature research priorities of the U of S that I showed at the start. And here is a broad sampling. This is the partial list of core strengths of Canada's U15 institutions, the group of Canada's Tier 1 type institutions. Each of the U15 institutions lists about 4 to 6 core research priorities, which are then typically used to identify which projects, chairs, institutional funding applications, etc. they will move forward, which areas of research are prioritized for internal support and fast tracking. In the titles of the research priority areas I've pulled out here from across the U15 institutions, you can get a flavor, I hope, for how science and technology are being brought together and tied to the market. This list here includes priorities drawn from across 11 of the 15 U15 institutions. Another example comes from what is currently Canada's second largest funding program after the NC, and that is the relatively new Canada Excellence Research Chairs, or CERC program. Initiated in 2010, a total of 24 chairs have been funded to date with $10 million per chair. As the program website indicates, I'll pull these images off there, these shareholders are helping Canada build a critical mass, this is a quote, of expertise in the 4 priority areas of the federal government science and technology strategy. And these 4 areas are listed here. So environmental sciences and technologies, natural resources and energy, health and related life sciences and technologies, and information and communication technologies. Here's a list of some of the chairs awarded to date, whose chair titles and descriptions seem to manifest in neoliberal biopolitics. If we were also to include biomedical work and technology, to look at the full list of 24 chairs, they would all be included, obviously, because those 4 areas. Also, an important side note is that only 24 chairs appear to be women, and almost all appear to be white. My discussion here today, I also want to clarify, is not addressed at particular chairs or programs, and I also recommend research descriptions are written for funding purposes and don't necessarily reflect the work being done. But as you can see, there are, for example, a number of chairs related to oil sands development, including others less evident until you read the descriptions, such as those of water security and Arctic resources. Pulling out a few of the descriptions that are on the CERC program website, you can just see the links back to what I was talking about earlier in the talk around neoliberal science regimes, this sort of triple helix partnership between government, industry, and community and researchers, or not just triple, broader than that in some cases. So I bolded some community, private sector policymakers, and the last, I just love it. How do you? We need to make money. You guys have time to read that. Aside from the focus on using science to economic ends, there is also an interesting discourse of scarcity as opportunity in the chair descriptions. In her book, Life is Surplus, Biotechnology and Capitalism in the Neoliberal Era, Melinda Cooper talks about the twin articulations of the need to push beyond and also the need to reimpose them in the form of scarcity, and how the two are mutually constitutive. Indeed, scarcity, loss of life, environmental destruction are framed here. I'm just pulling out a few examples, and really this kind of language is across all I had pointed out. They're framed here as certainly a research opportunity, but also in a number of economic opportunity. So this is scarcity, environmental destruction, loss of life as economic opportunity. Finally, this federal shaping of research into particular forms of science occurs within the broader context of a widespread rollback of environmental protection federally. A clear example of this are the recent omnibus budget bills in Canada, which changed over 130 federal acts and laws without parliamentary debate or Indigenous consultation. Bill C-45, for example, reduced protection from 32,000 to just 97 lakes in Canada, across Canada, and from 2.25 million to just 62 rivers. Closure of research facilities, burning of environmental records, the muzzling of scientists, and many other actions by the over the past decade offer more evidence of the dominance of the neoliberal biopolitics at work in Canada. Returning to the U of S research priority areas, I hope I've provided some context for why I find these so concerning. It's also important to mention that these research priorities and their underlying chairs, centers, and so on are linked to education initiatives such as a new mining training center, northern governance and development programs, a nuclear reactor on campus, and the list goes on. In relation to the focus on Aboriginal peoples in the signature areas, the description that goes with the first point here reads, by 2050, half of Saskatchewan's population may be of Aboriginal ancestry, a demographic shift that creates challenge and opportunity. Our shared journey will help in non-Indigenous ways of knowing and prepare a new generation of Aboriginal youth for the global knowledge economy. This phrasing and perhaps broader framing of what it means to engage Aboriginal peoples as researchers and in higher education seems to focus on the promissory value of Indigenous peoples, as Sundar Rajan his work on biocapitalism. It's hard not to read this, and in relation to the other listed research priorities, the consideration of Indigenous populations as continued immaterial labor in a biopolitics of land and resource extraction in the global economy. To conclude, the concerns of neoliberal regimes of science and biopolitics I've tried to highlight operate both, I think, at the institutional level, so driving research agendas and opportunities, but also at the level of individual researchers, and when we shape our research to align consciously or unconsciously with funding priorities, calls, evaluation criteria, and so on. In both these ways, the influences of federal and institutional funding priorities order the conduct of individuals through strategies of intervention employed by the state. In contrast, what can an optimistic science, as Linda Tuhiwe-Smith talked about, can we enact forms of relational validity, as Eve Tuck and I have described, an ethics of research concerned with people and place, by strategic and participatory forms of research, also strategic grant applications, I'm not sure. Or in solidarities of refusal and collective engagement, as Sandy Grandy talked about this morning. Can we enact alternative forms of biopolitics in relation to that, in which life and land are not equated with economy? As Bruno Latour has also suggested, do we need new generative techniques once policy no longer relies on evidence? Finally, and perhaps most concerning, in the lack of uptake of climate issues by critical scholars more broadly. Facing escalating climate-related justice issues of access to food and water, displacement, war, species extinction, and possible human extinction from the planet within just a few generations, isn't our collective apathy startling? We sit here in a province where just a few weeks ago, much of the population in the north, largely Indigenous, was displaced due to forest fires linked to climate change. As others have written about, despite the centrality of land and environmental politics for neoliberal capitalism, there is so little broader engagement of these dimensions by critical scholars of neoliberalism. This apathy is in part a measure, perhaps, of our implicitness in Eurocentric, colonial, neoliberal, and so on, relationships of economy to land as property, as resource, as leisure, as backdrop. It is also, it seems, a measure of our inability to keep up emotionally or conceptually with the conditions we are surrounded by. I end by emphasizing this question that Eve yesterday and others previously have also raised of whether we can understand the history or possible futures of neoliberalization without a deeper grappling with its land-based and bio. Thank you. And I thought I would follow Lee Patel's lead from the first day and give us some space to discuss across the presentations if folks are up for that. So I think we've got, what time do we have till?
We have actually 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So why don't we take 10 minutes to discuss in small groups of 2s or 3s, and I proposed 2 questions, but you can talk about what you want, obviously. So I've suggested maybe some discussion across what are some of the tensions across the talks that we've heard over the last 3 days, and then also some discussion of what are some of the generative possibilities. And then we can come back together for the last 10 minutes and throw out some thoughts on that, or if people have questions about the presentation. So, and mix it up and don't talk to the person you've been talking to the whole time. Thank you. So folks, if I can pull us back together. So we have about 10 or 15 minutes if we want for some large group discussion. Oh, okay. They can go arm wrestle on the side.
Whatever Dave says.
So if we can open the floor for some comments on the 2 questions here, that would be great. And I obviously won't answer them; they'll be to the group, you know, just as a discussion.
Well, I will start by saying that Brad and I were thankful that you opened this up to these big systemic environmental issues, that it isn't just an ideology, it's a practice that we are, as you pointed out, very passive in the face of.
We have a chance to
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
For Canadians.
Yes.
Joe Norris, Brock University. Addressing part of some of the tensions and crosstalks, a theme that sort of emerged as of yesterday and comes through today. I'm reminded about Martin Buber's work of I, Thou, and I, It.
Yes.
And it seems very much that what we've been talking about throughout the whole conference is that we have a system that tries to edify all of us, or as you said, to commodify the human body, the human spirit. I think perhaps part of that counter narrative is what we've been asking for, part of the imagination, is to reclaim the I-thou-ness, to celebrate the individuality, the diversity, and not to be pigeonholed, one size fits nobody. Your talk also brought that about the dangers of the I-it relationship structures. So thank you.
What about some tension?
I'll offer up one thing I've been up to my life. I want to note that I have a wonderful Michelle and Dale. I think that we might brand ourselves. I don't think any. I'm pretty sure. Talk a bit about tension. This is one the extent to which, well, the extent to which we are otherwise consistent, or the extent to which we are equivalent, right? And as a, I guess, a reflexive for us, looking at the generative idea of us looking outward, trying to establish with others, broader, other than that's what I was. The three ends. But we are also in having the other side.
Thank you for using the mic. The people on the live stream can't do it.
Oh, now you're making me nervous. So I just want to say, taking a look too somewhat at the production of government policy. We were a little bit over here that, for example, the Centers of Excellence program and so much of federal government policy happens in publicly appointed advisors that tend to be dominated by industry and academic executives. So there's 2 points to make there. One, well, a bunch of points, but one, they're undemocratic and they're unrepresentative. So, and two, they're not only from outside in, they're from the inside out, because academic executives, they own the bodies that made the Centers of Excellence, including the policies that we're living with. So if you want to talk about generative possibilities, then it's not only, I like what you were saying, it's that I love what you're saying, Michael, it's not just thinking about the university itself as being a place for resistance, but also government policy. And the way I think about this is, it's not only privatization of the university, it's a privatization of democracy, because there's fewer and fewer people who are elected and accountable for the policy that directs the way this public institution is used. So just another site of possible resistance is the bodies that form the policy internally and externally. and the National Advisory Board on Science and Technology, which is now the Advisory Council on Science and Technology, or whatever it is might be, kind of one site where we might also want to focus our efforts and getting rid of the government. Do you have suggestions around that? I know there's the Politics of Evidence group, it's Don here. Anyways, there's a Politics of Evidence group at York, which is kind of interesting these conversations. Hi, thank you. And attention that we talked about that comes up and is something that I think has been spoken to a lot is Indigenous scholars speaking to how the university pre-neoliberalism was not a friendly place to many, many people. And also something that's been a tension that has come to me throughout this time is seeing some different presentations and how capitalism and neoliberalism sometimes get spoken to without an engagement with settler colonialism. And I really think, like Eve Tuck and different people have pointed that out throughout all the different Indigenous speakers have been great about pointing that out to questions in their own presentations. It's something that I think that would be great to talk about. And we didn't really have time, like in 10 minutes, to kind of flesh this out. But like, I'm still really inspired from Sammy Grande's talk and how I think that it would be great if some of the people here would have more conversation and probably are already having those conversations about what some of these collectives and what this organizing might look like outside of the institution or this institution. Maybe we should drain the institution to do that work. So I think that would be cool if anybody could talk about that.
Do you want to say anything, Sandy?
One of the wonderful things of the last few days is that we have created the respectful and generous and safe space, I think, in which we can gather and share common and also distinctive forms of disquiet. But one of the casualties of that safeness, I think, has been an underplaying of tensions. And if you deny, diminish, or avoid tensions, what you do is reduce the capacity for difference to future. That is to say, the generation comes from the energy of negotiating and finding productive in the good sense, rather than productive in the omnis sense, forms of generative possibility. And so I think that there haven't been exchanges it's not that I prefer belligerence to every other mode, that's what I'm saying. But I think that honesty is important. In the power of naming, the tensions around language have been really very, very interesting every day. But what you did, I think, which was enormously important, was to name the institution as the Biocapitalist University. Now that's hugely important, but that is endlessly perilous, depending on the situation in which you do. You named it among friends. But it seems to me that the thing that I would look more forward was to emphasize difference, as well as struggling for it before and simultaneously with struggling for commonalities. When we got we'd been beaten up and administrated, pushed back explicitly to Christopher this morning about that particular claim. But there hasn't been quite as much pushback as I would have liked. Sandy used the example of the hospice this morning. I found that deeply problematic notion. I thought instantly
of the Sami scholar Rauna Kubokinen's notion of not in connection to the hospice, but in connection to hospitality, which is the place, because if we are attending at and accelerating the demise of the university, we are doing the enemy's work for them, it seems to me. So I instantly responded in a kind of negative way, a respectful way, but negative way to the notion of hospice. But I thought, no, I'm not going to raise that. I'm not going to raise that because, and that's me self-censoring. And I think there's been a lot of self-censoring going on in the room that keeps us from the generative possibilities that attend the respectful performance of our differences.
So thank you. I'm not quite sure how to respond. A lot of different things going through my head. Some being, things that from teaching, where whose responsibility is it to raise those things, right? And so if there are, for example, absences in the recognition of settler colonialism, histories of neoliberalism, is it up to the Indigenous scholars in the room to raise that? Or, whose role is that to do that work? And then, around the idea of difference and solidarities and working together in one thing. That I really appreciated in working with Eve is her work on incommensurable differences, right? And just that, and the history of those ideas, that, the not differences that you can erase or even that they're going to fit alongside each other, right? That there's just some things that are never going to, and even if you're trying to work together towards common aims, they're going to be problematic. So that's what I've got. Andy?
Yeah, I'll speak. I think that one of the tensions is doing the enemy first. I think you have to come from the subject itself as something that ever was for us. Right? That's the history of enemy. It was created for our industry as its own place. So one of the questions that I put was then on the weather plane. I don't know that. I don't know when I played as the horizon. I really don't know how to respond. I don't know that and this is genuine. I don't know that so I feel the same about throwing it out there as imagine it's that still something. Again, I think complicated thinking about is that a lot of stuff have been big things. I just want to say that I wish I got this for the work, but I just want to say I understood their work. Put that on the
Great, we'll get our time. So thank you very much for the discussion.
Presentation. And as I was talking with our next speaker earlier this afternoon, you should know that as the only speaker from the University of Regina, there's a great deal of pressure on this gentleman to sum up over 3 days many contradictory and exciting views. But I think you also need to know that Dr. Carlton is implicated in the culture of the audit because he has been used by this university very strategically in its branding to provide evidence of what good scholarship, good teaching, good grantsmanship, good publishing is all about. So he's a product very much of the university in a way that we have been discussing, and is going to speak to those issues very much. I want you to few more details though. He's an associate professor of psychology at the University of Regina. And indeed, his star quality was recognized as he received his dissertation here a few years ago. He had already published, 30 peer-reviewed articles by the time he finished his dissertation. In contrast, a colleague was promoted and got tenure when they actually finished their PhD at the associate professor level in the Faculty of Education and promoted to full simply by getting a PhD. That shows the difference over a 4-year span of the difference in the culture of expectation of the academy. So he's an associate professor of psychology at the University of Regina, published lots and lots of journals and book chapters, 150 national and international conference presentations. But more interestingly to me is the fact that he works in the field of both clinical and experimental in biopsychosocial measurement, assessment, and treatments of anxiety and somatic disorders, trauma, transdiagnostic and fundamental cognitions, and shared emergent. He is also, I have this on good faith on my grandson, a superb lecturer and teacher, and he enjoys teaching. So he's perhaps one of these new scholars that we were trying to identify, and I think he's going to critique his own experience as well as the academy. So please welcome Dr. Nick Cobb.
Thanks, James. I really appreciate being here. I will start by thanking Mark Spooner, who I've had the privilege of knowing for quite some time now. I think probably the very first time that I met Mark, that he and I engaged in any extended period of time, we were having a couple of drinks together, and there was a large-scale, very vibrant, interactive debate going on with a variety of our colleagues, and people were arguing back and forth about taxation, because this was more than a decade ago, but they were talking about neoliberal things, and they were talking about all of these different things, and at some point, I think I grabbed Mark's attention. You may not even remember this, Mark, but at some point I grabbed Mark's attention because as making part of my argument, I turned around and I hollered, "No, taxes are too low." Right? And all of a sudden, Mark just, no. All of a sudden, I had his attention. And you're right to laugh because it's funny, right? And here's why it's funny. Here's why it's funny. It's funny because I don't look like I should agree with that, do I? Believe me, I went. I'm going to be really honest with you, because I'm the last speaker, and because one of the things I made a note to say is I hate that. Like that is huge pressure, right? Not only am I the last speaker, but I was just introduced essentially as if you wanted to create the embodiment of what we've been discussing as the bad thing, right? That's me. And I was very heartened to see that there was no pyre established here. And so that makes me feel bad. And I say this because it's entertaining, but I also say it because I think that I can help us to advance this discussion by being somewhat provocative, by raising some of the tension that Len had suggested we might need. And I want to start by recognizing, in fact, I think maybe all of our scholars have done, that I am standing on a very special kind of land. I'm standing on Treaty 4 land. But this is space that I have I have borrowed, or I've inherited, or others have inherited. This gets into complicated language, and I think that that's really important for us to recognize. But I also want to make sure everybody understands that it's space that we have all borrowed as well. We are mortgaging it on the future of all of the people who will come after, hopefully multiple generations. That depends on a lot of different things. And as part of the younger generation of academics, when we hear a lot of the challenges that are going on, and these are huge challenges, what you have raised with us here today and yesterday and the day before are tremendous challenges. Many of the younger academics feel like screaming very loudly, but we didn't start the fire. But it is going to be on our shoulders to deal with it. And that's a heavy, heavy burden. I've reconstructed this talk more than, at least half a dozen times, seriously. Like this, I printed off just like at the end of lunch after having made, I've reconstructed it half a dozen times. My wife helped me go through it multiple times before she left town. I don't think that they were related that she left town because I was speaking, maybe, but because I was so moved by a lot of the speakers that we've had the privilege of listening to. But I want to tell a little bit of a story, and then I'm going to move into the slides and do this sort of dog and pony show on this side. I'm worried, and I'm anxious to some degree that I'm going to be dismissed. That I'm going to be dismissed by this group of people. That I'm going to be dismissed because I have a long-standing publication record, and quantity is, of course, an indication that I have poor quality, perhaps. Right? I am concerned because my introduction in and of itself, the language used to describe the work that I do, smacks of quantification, which smacks of a lead towards neoliberalism. I'm concerned that I'm going to be dismissed as I was in my very first year here, because as every eager young academic does, here I was sitting in faculty council and everything, and people were getting worried about measurement. Well, I study build measures and metrics. It's what I do. It's not all of what I do. It's certainly part of it. And they needed volunteers to sit on the measurement committee. And so, being a first-year academic, as I'm hoping many of you remember, what do? Well, you certainly want a tenure-track position. I didn't have that at the beginning, right? So I'm like, pick me. I'll do the extra work. That sounds terrific. Bright-eyed and eager, I walked into the very first committee meeting, and one of the colleagues, a much more senior colleague that was sitting in that committee meeting, looked over at me as I walked in, guffawed, and said, "Oh, good," as if some hot young male psychology professor knows anything about being measured by students. That was my introduction to the first committee meeting that I had as an academic. What does that do? What does that say? How does that position? What does that automatically force me to do when we attack someone in that capacity? Because it was an attack. If it had been done transversely, if I had said that to that person, I would have been fired, and rightfully so. But instead, the committee laughs, and we proceed. So I'm worried you're going to dismiss me in that same way because I don't fit the mold. Because although we talk about a very big and inclusive academy, I'm worried that you're not going to listen to the component of the academy that I believe I have to offer to help solve these problems. And so that's terrifying. You've also made labels and judgments about me already, and I'm going to come back to this in a little while here. You've labeled me. You've already made judgments about me. You've made judgments about me based on my dress. You've made judgments about me based on my hair, based on what you've read about me. You have all judged me, and academics do it. Humans do it. Academics, we do it writ large. We are very good at it. In fact, we've made careers out of judging each other and judging other people and creating a vanguard that we'll come talk about. And so I am a product of your culture. Many of you are the senior academics. You built this. Now the children are home. So you own a certain amount of what I'm going to do today. I was raised in a Star Trek household. Given my preferences, we would have an economy that functioned exactly like Star Trek. I have looked this up many times. No economist has yet exactly how the hell that would work. That's what I want. I want an economy that works like their economy, where money doesn't exist, where resource constraints are ridiculous, where people engage with each other, where infinite diversity and infinite combination is a reality, and it is self-feared. That's what I want. I can't have that, and it is a long ways away. So I've come to terms with that, more or less. I began with a business administration degree. My first undergraduate degree is in business administration. My second is in psychology. And I went for the proverbial man, if you will. And I found that I hated every part of that. And so I left. I didn't want to do that. I hated all of it. I didn't like the profitability. I didn't like the management structure. I didn't like so much of it. And I left and I came back to the university. University, the academy, which I would argue is actually much older than most of the things that we've been getting. The academy itself, in some capacity, has existed for thousands of years. And it was originally idealized if comprised by people who were philosophers, mathematicians, artists, empiricists, scholars, researchers, teachers, mentors, all of them. Not each of those areas represented by different people, but each of those areas embodied single individuals who believed ardently that it was the confluence of those things, the mosaic, the rainbow of those things that made us academics, that made us what we needed to be in order to do what we needed to do to fulfill our obligations and our role in society, to our common persons. I fear we've since abandoned aspirations like that in favor of our silos. And I think we see that here today because we see a siloed component of the academy here today. We do not see the rainbow represented. That which we might call the arts has been increasingly marginalized by other aspects of knowledge development, such as physics and engineering. And these are knowledge areas that have been prioritized in no small part by the public and their wants and needs, mine included at times. How many of you are looking at your cell phone right now instead of listening to me? You demanded these. You exchanged goods and services for these. You paid for parts of it. To have this pretty picture up on the wall. We made those trades. Not necessarily each of us individually, but collectively we sure did. We agreed. And in fact, the arts and social sciences and humanities and fine arts have responded by choice or by force by adopting schemas and goals that they have assumed are congruent with the success in those other areas, leading to remarks such as psychology having physics ending. Maybe we do. It's a possibility. The appropriation or assimilation of those schemas was certainly exacerbated by the social sciences. I take some ownership of that, personally, and as a representative of psychology, I take some ownership of that. But we have stark delineations there of knowledge, or we tried to, between natural science and philosophy, as if somehow you can tell me where a neuron ends and a thought begins. I can tell you that you can't. Very complicated. It's an emergent process. Everybody would buy into that, I would expect. Perhaps ironically, the progression of knowledge in physics, though, using research schemas and quantifications appropriated or assimilated by arts to some degree, or forced upon arts to some degree, has led physics to extraordinarily capable aspects of philosophy. If you've been paying attention to that lately, has anybody seen what's happened? This is shocking. So the most recent one, I can't quite bend my brain around because I'm simply not smart enough, and I accept that. This includes notions that are quantified 3 or 4, I'm reading to make sure I don't screw it up, that our quantified 3 or 4 dimensional reality is actually a qualified holographic image of a quantified 2-dimensional universe. They think we're imagining it. So the physicists with the ultimate end of quantification have brought us full circle to the ultimate end of qualification. How do we reconcile that? Well, fair enough. I would like to argue that to some degree, schemas and goals are not inherently problematic. Using them arbitrarily, using them capriciously, using them ignorantly, that's dangerous. And it can get us into a lot of trouble. And so this afternoon, I'm going to invite you to do a bunch of things. First, I'd like you to some of what I expect are your existing biases or prejudices. I'd like you to ditch the notion that any set of schemas and goals are necessary, are mutually exclusive, or are necessarily oppositional, because I think that that's problematic. I'd also like you to be the extraordinary multi-leveled privilege that we all enjoy. Everyone in this room is undoubtedly, by almost any measure, part of the top 1%. I don't care how you want to define the 1%. We are extraordinarily privileged people. I also want you to use an extremely wide lens as you consider what I intend to be a provocative presentation designed for all of us to be more broadly inclusive. How broad, you might ask? I'm thinking like New Horizons Pluto broad. I'm thinking like Kepler 452b broad. Real broad. Real big. Let's go way back, way big. And I'd like to start doing something that I do with some of my students. I was scared. No, this is not. Okay. Can someone tell me, what is this? Tool. Perfect. Beautiful. Sorry, say it again? It's a claw. Beautiful. Okay? Fantastic. As a hammer, what do I use it for? To hammer. I put nails in. Okay, what else is it? I also take nails out. So this device is both a nail inserter and a nail uninserter at the exact same time. Fantastic. What we call functional fixedness before I enter into what would otherwise for me be a very scary conversation in this room. What else is this, though? Yes? Oh, fabulous. I love that. Normally it takes a while to get a means of projecting my will. Can I build on that? Can I say that it is all? Yeah. What else is it? A weapon. A simple machine. What else is it? Keep going. There's lots. It's a piece of art. Thank you. It's a back scratcher. Thank you very much. It is. You don't believe her? Look. What else is it? Go on. I want a couple more. Walnut cracker. A walnut cracker. Sure. It's all of these compilation of atoms that contains a substantial amount of space. But I can't make it go through something else. But this is empty space. Feels awfully not empty, at least not to me. It's also, by the way, I like to credit my mother, one of the smartest people that I know. It's also apparently a bottle opener. So we're all teenagers, and we have a bottle of wine, and we're all together, and Mom has a hammer, and we're sitting there, not the way you might expect, first of all. We're all sitting there, and we can't find the bottle. We're celebrating. I can't remember what. No one remembers what. We just remember the Mom, right? We're ready to open up, but nobody has a bottle opener. So we leave to go find one, and all that my mother is left with in the room is the wine glasses, the corked bottle, and the bloody hammer. It wasn't bloody, I shouldn't say it that way. It makes it sound like there was violence, but there was no violence. We come back in, and like 15 minutes later, I've got a corkscrew, wah, 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 and my mother is sitting there with the wine in the glass and the cork outside of the bottle. We still don't know how she did it. But I can tell you, it's a bottle opener. It's all of these things. So I'd like to begin with an intentional informed use of the Wizard of Oz. Those of you that are particularly well versed in feminist research and literature may appreciate that I'm beginning with the Wizard of Oz, and I'm doing it quite intentionally. And we're going to talk about measures and metrics and McLean's. I figured I would let one of my favorite rebels finish it for me. Oh my. He does it better. We're going to talk briefly about public obligations, then measurement challenges, then academic measurement, and then I'm going to show you a beautiful irony. So if you will bear with me to the irony, and then I will show you what I think to be some of the steps forward. I believe we live in a culture of increasing anti-intellectualism, and I see this with I see them rejecting things all the time, and I see people outside of the academy rejecting things all the time, from the propagation of the availability of vaccines, all the way to the fact that Google is God, and because they can Google it on first. That's a terrifying notion. We live in a culture of anti-intellectualism. To be the case, wherein my evidence or my knowledge is just as good as someone else's ignorance. We have facilitated it, and it is terrifying. Because that same culture of anti-intellectualism is going to undermine all of the good things that we have built. I'm not saying that universities haven't built bad things. Absolutely they have. But they have also brought us tremendously good things. And I fear that they are at they're much higher risk than ever before. And part of it is because we have a culture right now. I stood in front of a classroom of 300-400 students and I made a joke. I don't even remember the details of the joke. I was so horrified by what happened afterwards. I said, yeah, and we all know this is just a series of ones and zeros, so what does it matter? That was the punchline to the joke. I don't remember what the joke was, but nobody laughed, just like here. Right? Nobody laughed. The reason that they didn't laugh is because there weren't enough students in the room that understood that this is a series of ones and zeros. This is built on ones and zeros. Most of you look like you are at least as old as me, so you understand that everything that is computing technology is a series of ones and zeros. But for students, for a great mass of our population, this is magic. Because it does this, and because I can do this. Hello, Siri.
Hello there.
It's magic. It's of grave concern to me that we have allowed a culture to develop where its most common technologies are magic. And this is of concern to me, and it pisses me off. We live in a culture of the instant and the inescapable. We have to know right now, and we can't escape. We are being judged. Right now, people are tweeting about this conference. They may be tweeting about me right now in real time. We're doing it live all the time. Everything is instant. Everything is inescapable, and there is no filter anymore. You can go onto Google, and Google is considered to have all of the same authority and knowledge that I have because they've gone onto Google and somebody wrote a blog on some website that says, you know what, neurons aren't real. They were just an illusion created by the psychology megacorp. Okay, don't cut any of them, just so you know. You may find that you don't get to complain about that megacorp anymore. This is a problem. And I believe that part of our obligation is to confront all of these things, as well as to do things like improve our communities. I believe we are responsible to confront these things. I think it's part of our job. It is part of what the public is hoping we're going to do. And so that brings me then to the question, do we need to reject the premise? Do academics need to measure? Should we exercise with all of you that I'd like to do? Keep in mind I'm doing this to be provocative. How many of you, show of hands, how many of you have legal tender, currency, currently on your person at any size? Keep them up for just a second, okay? Any of you that don't have legal currency, add your hands if you're wearing gold or you have something that I can quickly sell. Okay, so I'd like all of you that have that, I would like you to give me your money. Make with the money. Why? Why can't I? Oh, it's yours. Yeah, but I am a valued person. You've all accepted that. You accepted that premise when I was introduced. I'm a professor here in the academy. I do good work. Among the clinical and experimental research work that I do, by the way, I actually provide clinical services for people who have post-traumatic stress disorder, specifically military and first responders. That's how I do my job. I am worth something. I have value. Give me your money. I need your money so that I can exchange it for goods and services because I do not live in Star Trek. So give me the money. You seem to be highly resistant to giving me your money. I probably use it for good things. Perfect. And your taxes did what? And in what capacity, in what metric did you decide who was going to govern the appropriation of my taxes? How did you create that system? How did you participate in that system so that somebody would come and get my taxes? You voted. You may not have liked who got elected, but you did vote. You participated in some capacity. We did not go with fire and brimstone at the end of the last election down to Ottawa on the 24 Sussex Drive and say, I don't think so. I'm going to burn you and cut you. We were complicit. We agreed with this system. So we are paid. So we are, in fact, paid by the public to do things. And the public wants us to have some accountability for that. And academics, we also want accountability from other people, from our administrators and from our government. We demand it. Be accountable. I want to know why it is that X amount of dollars are being spent on administration, and I want you to show me dollar for dollar what that is. And I want you to explain every dollar. But if you have, and you say, Nick, justify every dollar that and show me where the productivity is in this lab, I'd be like, see, I got a student. We collected data. I'll go get that for you shortly. What does the data mean, Nick? What does it do? Well, nothing right now, but it's good. I'll do good things. We have a problem. Because the public that we're in a relationship with, we need to decide collaboratively value and how we're going to work with them to establish value. How we're going to do all of these things. It needs to be a collaboration because they hold the purse and we sit in the privileged position. We depend on them and they depend on us. Among other things, the value we produce is knowledge. And academics make determinations on behalf of the rest of the public about what knowledge is. Should or shouldn't is, yes, an important debate, but right now the fact is that we do. We get to decide what's knowledge, and we ardently defend our vanguard in a variety of capacity, and we do it using measurement. I've heard brilliant measurement defenses over the last 3 days from people. Measurement, quantified-based defenses of the academy. Ones that I plan to cite myself, because they were so well done. But we decide what is and is not knowledge. We really do. To a student, no, you fail. You don't get to pass and go forward because you did not understand enough of the thing. Somewhere, there was a decision process there. We prioritize knowledge acquisitions because we only have so much time. And we disregard and at times deride students and the public. We really do. When we tell students, implicitly or explicitly, that we don't think that they should have a voice in responding and providing feedback to their instruction, because they have no way of really knowing, because I'm the expert and they have no way of participating, that's not participatory action anything. That's a huge problem. But that problem, the tension that was asked for in the last talk, the tension is created because the student doesn't know. So my job is to know what the student needs to know. And their job is to accept that. But then they also should have some contribution back. Shouldn't they? Or are they just receptacles of our knowledge that we're going to just fill in because we know best all the time? I think that's a problem. Part of the reason that that's a problem, and part of the tension, comes from things like standards. And I'm all about the idea of a certain kind of standard. We have standards for protection, for accountability, for accreditation. I am an accredited psychologist in this province. I am part of a profession. You are protected when you see me. I have met minimum standards. Somebody has evaluated to make sure that I know enough about what I'm talking about that I am not likely to harm you, at the very least. That said, that does not make me infallible. Show of hands, how many of you would like to drive on the bridge that Nick built? I'm a psychologist. I have no bridge building skill. But you know what? I did find these tools in the Adham building. So we're not okay with that. And I've watched almost every episode of Star Trek, and I have seen Scotty do some amazing things. So maybe I can build a bridge. Except what you want is actually an accredited engineer. What you want is some standard set. How about this? I know a little bit about the brain, and I've watched every episode of Grey's Anatomy, not necessarily willingly, every episode of Grey's Anatomy. So will you let me cut you? Maybe I can fix that tumor you have. No. So we have standards. And those standards are not just applicable to STEM or any of those areas. We have standards for everything where we have decided that you've met some minimum criteria. And we establish those standards as the academy. We also have resource constraints. Whether money is an actual resource constraint or not, I think is a bit of a red herring argument, but we certainly do have constraints with the number of regions or the amount of water that we have on the planet. We have very real limitations. They are quite real. Whether we really reach them or not, whether we can push those boundaries or not, those are certainly areas that I would love to get into extended, because I don't know that we have. But I can tell you that at some point, we run out of this limit. So we have real constraints. And even if we didn't have those, because we live in Star Trek now, we have time constraints. I can only take on so many graduate students because I can only supervise so many of them at one time. Even if I give up any notion of having family, friends, or anything else, there's only so many hours in the day that I can remain effectively conscious. So we have those constraints. And because of standards and resource limits, I disagree with the dodo. All cannot win, and all cannot have prizes. That's the myth of the American dream. But if we accept that that is a myth of the American dream, if we accept that that is true, and I'm not saying that we should or we shouldn't, but if we accept that, then we have a problem. Because it means that all cannot win and all cannot have prizes. Which means we are going to differentially distribute the limited resources of time, regions, and whatever else. We're going to differentiate who gets what and who doesn't. And I would argue that if we're going to do that, we need accountability, responsibility, and liability to be all accounted for. And those are scary business-style words. We need those. Tell student A why they don't get to pass. And I need to be able to do it in a defensible way. I need to tell student whatever why she isn't going to be my graduate student, but this woman over here, she will be my graduate student. I need to be able to justify these things, and at some point I need to be able to justify them who have sent the government, as elected as they are, to collect on their behalf. Because I'm in a relationship with them. And I like this idea that David Malloy mentioned, that we sort of danced around, that we have to deal with this because measurement is coming. We are entering into a neoliberal age. Measurement is not coming, folks. Measurement happened. That boat has sailed. It's gone. And we are still debating about whether or not we should build the boat, but it's left. We're being measured all the time. I'm assuming most of you know what most of these are. I'm only going to highlight a few of them. This one I'm going to pick on in a few minutes. This one I could pick on for 3 or 4 days. But this one I don't hate as much. Okay? And I'll show you why in a minute. We're being measured. It is inevitable that we're going to be measured because we, the 150, 200 of us in this room, do not have enough capacity, do not have enough leverage to change to a Star Trek economy and the entire universe as we see fit. Not right now, we don't. So this is happening to us. It is behooving then on us to make sure we know what's happening and how to engage with it. So if we must measure or we must be measured, which we are being measured, we can't reject the premise because it's happening to us already. To reject the premise is to suggest that it's not happening. All right, well, it's happening. How will we measure? How will we measure? Who will decide and how? Let me start with a brief measurement lesson that I give when I'm teaching psychometrics, which is essentially measurement, writ large. A measurement is a necessarily limited description. That's a good definition of a measurement. That does not require quantification or qualification for that definition to be supported. It is a necessarily limited description. Measurement is never an absolute. You can't measure anything. Very sorry. Temperature changes based on pressure, based on the observer effect, based on precision, based on perception. I can't figure out how hot the cup of coffee is. Here's why. Because I've got that hot cup of coffee, and I'm going to stick a hot cup of coffee. But what does sticking the thermometer into the hot cup of coffee do to the hot cup of coffee? Changes the temperature. So the only way for me to actually measure the temperature of the cup of coffee is to know in advance what the temperature of the cup of coffee was, which sort of makes the measurement a waste of time. We have a problem. And it's also conveyed by context. Tea, oh great, hot. This is terrible. What do you mean hot? I love what Charlene Barrett said here about her language, about us all, in some degrees, every one of us individually speaking a billion different languages. She didn't take it quite that far. I'm extrapolating from what she said. But tea, Earl Grey, hot? Let's talk about that with measurement. When he orders hot tea, what is he ordering there? What temperature is hot? My mother drinks tea that is so hot you can boil an egg with it. And she drinks it, and she's like, it's just lovely warm. And I'm like, or damagingly hot. It's subjective. But I need some way to talk to you about what hot and cold are. I need some way to talk to you about what everything is. So at some point, I have to create a system so that you and I can have a shared understanding so that we can do anything at all. So I'm going to quantify it perhaps, or qualify it, but I'm going to have to create a shared system. Not just temperature, it's everything. We'll do distance. Distance is bothered by the uncertainty principle, for those of you that know enough physics, but it's also bothered by limits and precision and perception and context. I looked this up. How far is it from Regina to Saskatchewan? This is what Google produced for me. It said, essentially, I don't know. Because it gave me three options. None of which, by the way, are necessarily mutually exclusive. I could fly, I could drive this way, I could drive this way. But it didn't even consider for a moment the fact that I don't know where Regina starts or ends. Which part of Regina? The border of Regina? Which of Regina's borders? The center of Regina? What center? It's not a circle. With problems. Context rules everything with measurement. Measurement is never an absolute. And so research in science somehow and STEM continues, even though this is the case. This is why we have iPhones. This is why we have Teslas, perfectly electric cars, absolutely everything else that we simply cannot get enough traction for. This is why we have this beautiful picture of Pluto. This is why we are able to see a distant planet that appears to be our cousin. Because we can measure, and we accept that it is filled with perception, purpose, and context. And I will posit for you, probably very controversially, that there is really no difference between quantitative and qualitative data. The data doesn't care whether you think it's qualitative or quantitative. The data is the data, whatever it is. I can talk about water, right? It has 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen. And I can tell you all about this little molecule. But 1 molecule of water does not contain the emergent property of slipperiness. I can tell you that this is an apple. But it's not an apple. It's a representation of an apple. A friend of mine, brilliant academic, one of the most brilliant academics I've ever met, I was talking to their child, and we're all at a party, and the child with delight holds up a cat, like a stuffed cat, to the parent and goes, "Look!" To which the parent replied without missing a beat, "No, it's a representation of a cat." Strictly speaking, that is accurate. This is not an apple. This is a series of pixels, and it's not even a series of pixels, it's a series of light photons. It's not even a series of light photons, it's a series of algorithms. That's all it is. And yet it's also an apple. And I don't believe that quantitative necessarily means reductionism, necessarily means positivism, necessarily means nihilism, any more than I believe that qualitative necessarily means holism, nihilism, or Marxism. These are tools, these are lenses that we use. Measurement inherently and discourse inherently use both. All data are qualitative and quantitative. Only the lens we apply to them changes. That's all. You all said that this was a hammer. A hammer. In your very language, you counted it. Because it was a hammer. We need to use, or at least be open to using all of these lenses, especially if we want to engage with the current problematic discourse. You cannot choose to disregard an entire half of the lens series. That's crazy. When we talk about it, we talk about things like reliability and validity. We talk about these, especially with some of my qualitative research colleagues, sometimes they'll at first get concerned. They'll get concerned because reliability and validity are the domain of quantitative, so we shall not touch them. Here's the definition. The relative consistency of a measurement, which is a description, for a given purpose under a prescribed context. Look at that definition. How is that not contextually dependent? Part of that is exclusively the domain of quantitative. Why do you give that over to them? Those of you that might. No measurement remains entirely unchanged across all purposes. And validity is the relative utility of a measurement for a given purpose under a prescribed context that requires sufficient reliability for the given purpose in the prescribed context. A measurement itself is never valid. Never. The use of a measurement, that could be argued to be valid, maybe. But even then, validation is a continuous process. So it's really only valid for a fraction of a second under a series of circumstances in a prescribed context. So let's prescribe a context. What we're supposed to do is show everybody a prescribed context and give you some of the additional tools. I can't give you all of them, but let's prescribe a context, shall we? Let's prescribe the context and we'll call it the academy, whatever that is. And then we'll give it a purpose within that context. Yes, I'm creating a structure here. I'm doing it intentionally. Fulfill our public obligations, whatever we decide that those might be. Entrance and advancement of students. From the undergraduate level all the way up to creating a board member or a president. We get to decide, at least in part, who enters and who advances. And we do it all the time. Large portions of our introductory classes fail. We could argue that we have failed them, and that may be partially true, but large portions of them fail, irrespective of how it's happening. We've decided who gets to go forward. We've also decided that maybe we should protect the. This one really gets my ire up. And the reason it gets my ire up that we are supposed to protect the public is about, well, let's say within the last year, just to make sure that I've absolutely protected confidentiality here, within the last year, I had someone come to me and say, Nick, I understand that there's new research that has come out, and that new research is using magnets to pull trauma memories from people. When do you think that will be available for us to all benefit from? I want you to imagine how many hours I need to spend to truly educate everyone in this room about just how profoundly unacceptable even the premise of that question is. But somebody went online and found out that they can use magnets to pull memories. In short, this is preposterous. It doesn't work that way. We know it doesn't work that way. We've known it hasn't worked that way since Mesmer, 1700s. We've known that it doesn't work that way. We need to, because there are people who intend, among the public, to take advantage of the public, and it is our responsibility, I believe, in part to help protect the public because we're this, at least we portend ourselves to be. Also, we have to look after resource allocation, and when the public gives us money, when they're throwing heaping bags of money, at one point they knock on the door and they go, so we're kind of getting, we're just wondering what you're doing with the money. We have a response. So what are we going to measure? Well, the options are ambiguous and necessarily limited. We can measure knowledge. Okay, that sounds good. I like that idea. Let's measure knowledge. All right. I have expertise in measurement, and I laugh at the notion that we're about to try and measure this. What the hell? Let's give it a shot. We'll measure knowledge. Produced for and distributed to the public. Okay, that's good because it's in my desk really doesn't help anybody, right? If I create a massive tome of knowledge that only helps me and I never talk to anybody else or interact with anybody else, and upon my death you burn my office to the ground with the knowledge inside, it's really not helpful. So let's say that it's got to be distributed public knowledge. How are we going to measure that? The classes that I teach, because I distribute my research there. The students that I graduate, the students who then go on to explain to others what I've taught them. I could do that. Grant dollars won? Maybe. I have problems with that, but maybe. Innovations I create. Wow. What did you want? We're going to go to Michelangelo back in time, and we're going to stand over him, and we're going to say, Mikey, make me some innovation. I want you to do one innovation a day. Awfully hard. So publications, in all their forms, is the low-hanging fruit. And somebody grabbed that low-hanging fruit. So publications, well, okay, how are we going to measure the publications? Shall we count the number of publications? Well, that seems fairly simple. All right, so let's follow that particular rabbit for a moment. So we're going to count the number of publications. So shall we distinguish academic from not? Shall we distinguish rigorous from not? How would we define those? Shall we distinguish peer-reviewed from not? The peer-reviewed system is riddled with problems, but it still seems to be the best system that we have to protect the public. I love it when I get peer-reviewed. How crazy does that sound? I've been rejected so many times, right? I promise, I have published several articles, and for every article I've published, I'm sure I've been rejected 3 or 4 times at least, and not nicely way to the academic community, quite often quite inappropriately and harshly. There's problems with that system, but maybe. Because we probably don't expect anything that on a cocktail napkin as being something that we're all going to build things off of. We teach our students when we evaluate their essays and we say, no, sorry, not good enough, not informed enough, not enough support. So shall we distinguish by type? Maybe. Maybe we'll only look at journal chapters. Maybe we'll only look at government reports or blogs or commentaries or the student commentary. Okay, well, I guess we could do all of that. The low-hanging fruit is the journal articles. They are the easiest to quantify because there are databases about this. So we could as an academy, but we didn't, but we could have. And when we get in there, even after we talk about counts, we run into these citation problems, because just because I published a lot doesn't mean I published anything meaningful. It also, though, does not mean that I haven't. And that's an important counterbalance to that argument. Just because I've been cited, or just because you don't feel my document has any value, doesn't mean it has no value. So we could count the citations, because at least that's a proxy. So if I make one publication and it's cited 1,000 times, how? I don't know. What if I make 100 publications and they're each cited 10 times? Now how great am I? I don't know. What if they're all in the same area? What if they're in different areas? I don't know. What about 1,000 publications each cited one time? And are all 3 of these the same? We don't know. And we've never bothered to really have an in-depth conversation about it. So what we've done instead is we've run into red herring arguments. There are lots of ways to dismantle all of these, dismantle the citation counts. And I'm going to show you some of them. These are not among them. These are red herrings. Let's not use these. Let's use smarter ones. So cited for personal gain or as a negative exemplar, the evidence doesn't support that that's representing a very large portion of the citations in general. That's really hard to do. You'd have to be seriously dedicated to do that, like to cheat the system. And I'm not saying you can't do it, but wow, it might be easier to publish. Research has not supported citations as pervasive or influentially problematic, these negative citations. We don't have evidence that says that that's true, that we go about citing a really crappy article where we're all like, okay, I want to start, and thousands of us go, I want to start with this foundational article written by an idiot. We don't start there. We start with a foundational article written by a genius. We need to be that genius. Also, we have this notion that quantity means a reduction in quality. Well, I personally find that offensive. I don't think that I've produced junk. I don't believe that that's the case. And in fact, I would argue that as I practice any skill more and more, arguably I get better at the skill. We tell our students that anyway. Are we liars? Also, not supported is this notion that in fact there's a relationship between quantity and quality. We haven't found one yet. I work in this field. We haven't found one yet. You can quote me on that. There are some tenuous recommendations that among a variety of very circumscribed areas, we can see correlations, either up or down. But I'd have to put like all kinds of context all around that before I'd be able to make that statement stand. So quantity and quality, this becomes a problem. How are we going to measure quality? Well, so somebody decided maybe we should distinguish articles based on journals. So science, if you publish in science, that's it. Maybe. My version of a top-tier journal is. Might get read, might not, who knows. We could do it based on the rejection rates. How often I've been rejected? Well, let me tell you, if it's based on rejection rates, I have a lot of quality research out there because I have really been rejected a lot. Indices. They created this H-index. For those who don't know what the H-index is, the H-index is the number of articles that you have that have been cited at least n times. So if I have 5 articles and they've each been cited at least 5 times, I get an H-index of 5. One of them could have been cited 1,000 times, and the last one could have been cited only 5. My H-index is 5. People thought that this helps to balance things out because academics attacked one another. We are our own worst enemy. We attacked one another. And we said, no. You don't get to do that because you only published one thing. And it got cited 1,000 times, but I'm not. But that's all you did. What have you done for us lately? We did that. We could use, though, smarter things, like the normative comparative index that Thomson Reuters came out recently with. And everybody confers, and I'm sure they do. People put their back up immediately about that. But I want you to really hear what they did for a moment. Listen, God forbid, to a bunch of academics who understand measurement, who attacked them and said, you have to do better. They said, we need normative data. You need to provide context for these numbers. Context, this is meaningless, so do something about it. And Thomson Reuters was like, Okay, what do you want us to do? And the academics said, invent something. And they went, okay. And they went away and they invented something that I'll show you. Before I do though, who will measure? There's all kinds of people who will measure, and they like to measure us, and they are measuring us, and they have measured us, and that ship has sailed. So now what are we going to do with it and about it to engage with it? That's the question that I would like to suggest we have to do, because it's already done, it's happening. Chip has left part. We've got Maclean's. We're going to talk about Maclean's. We've got Web of Science and Insights and Thomson Reuters, and we have Google Scholar, and there are pros and cons to every one of these databases, and I can rip every one of them to absolute ribbons, and I can build every one of them absolutely defensively, which tells me that none of them are perfect, and that all of them are perfect, and that context rules. And that if you understand how to use the tool, then maybe it's okay, maybe. Let's start with Maclean. So here are the rankings for comprehensive universities in Canada. 2014 ranked first. Last year they were second. Simon Fraser, Waterloo, New Brunswick, Guelph, Memorial, Carleton. Thank goodness. Carleton, by the way, is a namesake university of mine. Apparently, like some way back in my great, I don't know where, it's that guy. I don't know if I should be proud about that or not, though. I haven't looked up enough the history. Regina. There's York, Ryerson, Wilfrid Laurier, Windsor, Concordia. We're okay, Regina. We're halfway! So we don't have to care whether or not this is. We don't have to deconstruct this. Or we can just categorically reject it, as if somehow this isn't impacting what we're doing. You think this doesn't impact people's votes? You think this isn't impacting politicians? You think this isn't changing the community's opinion? You think this isn't changing enrollment rates? You think that this isn't influencing resources investment, commitments made, how seriously we're taken? If you think that, you're sorely mistaken. But this is one of the most problematic indices that I've had the opportunity to evaluate with respect to how they're evaluating things. It's among the worst. I've emailed them. I've written them. This is terrible. Here's how you would fix this. And they have sent me the following reply. So I go out to Thomson Reuters and I grab the counts myself because screw you, Maclean's. I am smarter than whomever it is, I assume, who knows, whoever a little index, so I'm going to do something better. So I go out and I look. Here are some collective examples. If we add low-hanging fruits, I'm coming back to the articles as being potentially wait for it. I aggregate all these and I find out, look, Regina produces a lot of we produce a lot of documents in mathematics. Yay! Waterloo, ouch, they sort of kicked our ass. We didn't even show up, but in Saskatchewan, we like to a little bit with U of S, so I could start with that. I could also look at biology. Let's look here. Uh-oh. Not so good. Now our little comprehensive university isn't stacking up so well. How about clinical psychology? Middle of the road. This is raw count data. It's one index. It's one piece of information. It's not right or wrong. It's just one piece of information. Simple citation counts, simple counts of publications do not control for, at very least, differences in subject area, exposure, length of time since publication. It doesn't control for any of that. It doesn't control for how often your discipline publishes. It doesn't control for the fact that psychology publishes on the average more than sociology does with respect to journal articles. It doesn't account for that. And it should. Metrics like the H index might be arguably, they don't control for any of these things. Consider the fact that it takes a minimum number of faculty members in any university to put on a program. The number of hours that are required, right? I need a number of human hours to teach psychology. And then with any hours beyond that, I can do other things. But if I'm providing a psychology department, if I'm creating that, I need to first teach the students, right? So I got to chew up all that time first. So institutions that have massive standing armies of professors that are teaching programs that are comparable to the same size as the universities, for example, University of Regina, for example, what are they doing? Resource might be asked. I don't think it's excess. I think that has a punitive notation to it that I don't intend. We can do better, not perfect, but better when it comes to these things. Citation rates can be standardized. We can do all kinds of things, and that's what the NCI scores do. So I'm going to show you what happens when you start applying smarter measures. When instead of denying the use of quantification, instead of denying the use of metrics, you engage with it and you rebuild it in a way that does a better job for us. Now all of a sudden, here's mathematics. Yay, you are! Not so much after I start controlling for everything. Everybody gets a lot more equal. Notice the y-axis here. Everybody gets a lot more equal here. don't they? When I start controlling for things. In environmental sciences. Differences in impact measured by this small metric, this one slice, this one piece of the pie, this non-triangulated data, to steal some of the language from qualitative analysis, this unitary component. Instead of bringing in multimodal components of this, we're just looking at this one piece. Even this one piece suggests that we need to have a better conversation, even using the measures, even using the metrics. Here's psychology. This one I like. But why? Why? I'm part of a bigger team. I work with people in many of these universities. My publishing does not come at the cost of theirs, and their publishing supports mine. We are a team. At least I think so. I'd like to think so. The NCI is a better metric, but it certainly doesn't account for the number of faculty per institution, which, as I mentioned, I got to this earlier. As I mentioned, this is a problem in and of itself. Right? If I've got a professor teaching 6 classes, and then I ask her, by the way, can you also apply for a grant, and I need you to sit on a committee and publish this article, I have now killed off this human being. Except that that's what happens. Let's talk about an applied individual example. Let's use me, this guy. Okay? And I'm using me. Nobody can feel badly about me using me and be mad that I use my data. So here, let's use me. So what would it look like? Well, we can, where'd I go? Oh, there I am. So, am I there? So, I can go to Google and I can use Google and I can hit Google and Google will create my entire. This is why you shouldn't do things live. Suffice to say, Google would create my entire citation, but I thought I had it. Oh, right, because there's a trillion Google. Okay, so here's me. There's a smiley face, yay! And it gives me all these indexes, and I can, there's literally hundreds of these, by the way. Each arguing that they are the better index to use, as if there was such a thing as a single index that you can use to define a human being or their resources, which you can. But here's Google for me, yay, done. So I took a look, and that gives me one piece of information. I can go on a Web of Science. Here, this is for me as well. They're tracking me. I didn't approve this. Nobody asked my permission. They're just doing it. And ironically, the thing I am most cited for is this fear of the unknown scale. Because when I'm not doing these kinds of things, I actually work with uncertainty, and I think human beings have a tremendous difficulty with uncertainty. I think we hate it. It causes all kinds of problems, but that's another. So there's me. You've seen the numbers, right? I've shown you my numbers. Do the numbers mean anything? Can anybody tell me, do the numbers mean anything at all? The answer is no. Could they mean something? Yes. How would I mean something? They would need context. So as I felt, I was exhausted. In the room, and many of the older professors may remember, I was getting worried. I was scared. Because I would ask questions like, how many publications do I need before I can be assured that I will probably get tenure? Given that I know publications are tied to tenure. Whether they should be or not, other argument right now. That's it, okay? And so I panicked. And I went out looking for somebody to tell me. Give me an oracle or a mentor that says, thou shalt only need to produce this number of publications, and then thou shalt have passed the hoop of fire that we have established for you. Couldn't find it. So here's what I did. I went out and I got the data myself. I collected it from all of the psychology professors at all of the ranks across all of the campuses in Canada. So that I would have norms myself, so that I knew how many we needed. And, much to my surprise, because I was young and ignorant at the time, I had several professors say, you can't do this. This is going to create the problem, Nick. You are part that is undermining the academy right now. This to a first-year prof who's like, but I just want to know how many I need so that I can stop working 70 hours a week because I'm tired. The irony is this. This is published data. It has almost no citations. I have received more phone calls and emails about this article than I have any other, and the sum total of all of the rest of my articles. All but 2 have been positive. 1 involved a swear word. They've been coming from all kinds of academics, and they're all saying the same thing. Because here's the thing. Yes, measurement is part of the problem. It's part of the virus, sure. Metrics, sure. I'll buy part of that argument. But it is also part of the solution. Because new professors contacted me going, oh my God, that's all I needed to do? Okay, I can stop this marathon. I can stop this race towards my. It literally by anecdote, stem to publish or perish in order to say no. Because everybody assumed that in psychology, psychologists were producing all of these things. They're not. Hey, where's the table go? You have one job. Okay. It also, by the way, these slides are out of order now. It also, by the way, ignores my public service. I give lectures through media, through. I do all of these. I'm on TV regularly talking about trauma and PTSD and first responders. It doesn't include any of those things. None of that's included. None of it's measured. But I produce these norms that the academics are using. They're using it to evaluate each other. They're using it to evaluate their own work. And the overwhelming consensus has been, thank God, I only need to do this thing. For women, if you want to talk about this for a second, for women, the annual average in psychology for women associate professors is 1. That's the average. The standard deviation for that, for those of you who know what that is 0.57. That means in psychology, not as first author, not in top tier journals, but in any journal, on average, on average about once per year, sometimes less, sometimes more, you've authored an article. That's all they need to do. Full professors, the ones who are research superstars, because that's what you full professorship for, right? At 1.23. Males were a little different, 1.2 and 1.99. This caused a bit of a fuss. And so it should. And I don't know why this difference exists. I can speculate, but I don't know why it exists. Mommy track was one of the things that was raised. Differences in women having difficulty publishing. All kinds of things were raised, and I'm sure maybe all or none, I don't know. But what this also did was it changed the perspective of the administrators to go, okay, whatever is going on, we have a difference here, and we need to recognize that these two groups cannot be treated as the same, at least not right now, because it's not fair. We can't help, we don't know why it's going on, but we got to think about whether or not we should be demanding everybody do the same thing. And what's the same thing going to be? Or what the men do? So how do we move forward? Because I'm almost out of time. How do we move forward? Well, I'm the last speaker. So how do we move forward? Well, I think the first thing that we need to do is we need to increase our understanding and incorporation of each other. Academics, we have to stop attacking each other. We do it best, and we do it well, and we do it often, and it's like we need the full chorus of the academy. We need to be able to speak together, even when we disagree, even when we're different. We want respect from the academy from without because we want support from the public. We want the government to change. We want neoliberalism to bugger off. We want that. The first thing that we need to do is make sure that we're respecting, at least respecting each other. And we need to be respectfully conversant in each other's languages, be they quantitative or qualitative, which I categorically that those are mutually exclusive terms. It's the lens that we're putting on them. We also have to reject the notion that quantification or qualification are for the other. It's not good enough. For my generation of researchers at least, and all those that come after, it's not good enough that you gave me a number. You have to put it in a context and you have to tell me what it means. And it's also not good enough that you just told me ostensibly a subjective assessment of something. You have to do more than that because we're being held to a different standard than the previous generations, and I don't know how to break out of that yet. And I don't think that I can break out of it simply by saying, no, I shall not do it. I think I will get run over by doing that. So I think I need to fight a different way. I also think that we need to celebrate each other in a respectful fashion. Infinite diversity and infinite combination. We need to celebrate one another. We need to realize that we are on the same team. We have the same goals, and we need to celebrate when one of us is successful or when one of us does something. And success is not only measured, or it shouldn't only be measured in grants and awards. It should be measured in, wow, you just taught a whole mess of students. One of my colleagues in this room taught a tremendously large class recently. That's fantastic. And I can colleague, because it was a huge class, taught in a very compressed semester. That's awesome. I can celebrate that. And it is not different. Better, worse, or sorry, it's not better or worse, it's only different than whether that colleague published something. I think that we need to be humble, because we're not humble. We, in one breath, tell everybody outside of the academy that we want participatory action research and that we are going to have everybody be all-inclusive, and in the next breath we say, Father knows best. I find those two things to be incongruent with one another. I'm not saying that we don't know more, perhaps, in an area, in a specific circumscribed context. I'm saying we need to be more respectful and more careful about that. I think we need to reject the following things. Understand, because I don't understand a lot of things. Many of my colleagues, many of you in this room, I don't understand the work that you do. Several of the words that have been used over the last 72 hours, I had to look up because I don't know them. But just because I don't know them, just because I don't understand it, doesn't mean that I cannot understand if I care to, if I choose to, if I want to engage, if I want participation. It also doesn't mean that it's not worth understanding. My current inability to understand something does not mean that it has no value. It just means I don't get it. And it also does not mean it's possible to understand. I may not understand it now, but that doesn't mean a future me, some subsequent academic won't understand it. And it would be the height of hubris to assume that because I can't understand it, it's ununderstandable. We need to be careful. This case is more inclusive. We need to go way beyond journal articles. But the business community took that low-hanging fruit from us. So we're going to have to either take it back or we're going to have to build something else to combat it. Because we lost that low-hanging fruit. We can make better databases and we can have some influence on them. We can track mood states with Facebook, for crying out loud. Facebook can track moods for large billion data point population samples. They track and watch the ebb and flow of mood. It caused a massive fuss because somebody in Facebook decided that they would see if they could not only track it, but if they could change it. And as it turns out, scary stuff. If we can do that, you're telling me we can't track whether or not the speech that I'm giving right now is having impact on anybody? Really? We can definitely track impact. We are the academy. We can research anything we put our minds to, if we decide to. And we think we've chosen not to, but we did not. We think that we've chosen to disassemble us from this, but we're not. We're part of the community. We're part of the situation. We are not apart from it. And I think that that's really important. And I don't think that whatever the other is, and I can't remember who, and I apologize, somebody said, who's the enemy? I think it was Dr. Grady. Who's the enemy? I don't know. We have an other that we're scared of, or a series of others that we're scared of, and I can tell you that they are scared of us. At least they ought to be. I bet they are. Because if we tracked the true impact of everyone in this room on our society, the positive benefit of everybody in this room on the society, I believe that it would be crushing. It would be devastating from whatever perspective that you want to any argument that says that the people in this room are not valuable, are not worth whatever investment they need. We're counting on the fact that we're not going to play that game because it's hard and because we can be scared. We have new frontiers. Perhaps in an irony, look, this is on this website. What is this? Do you know that this is a quantification of impact of this conference? I didn't put it up there. It's a brilliant idea.
Marty did it.
Sorry, accident before student. The least offensive of us in the room gets skewed. This is what this is. It's a quantification of impact of this conference. Are you telling me that this has no value to you? I think that if we want to make changes, if we want to confront the neoliberalism, if we want to confront colonization, if we want to confront whatever problem it is, if we really want to make change, we have to first begin truly believing in the defensibility of our impact. But we can't just believe in it. We need to fulfill and maintain our public obligation. And when the public says, show me, because you haven't done a good enough job of maintaining that relationship so that I'll trust you blindly, in the same way that you guys won't give me your money. When the public says, show me, we need to say something other than bugger off. We need to say something. I also think that we need to understand the current measurements. It's not good enough to say, I don't want to know it, Nick, because I don't do that kind of research. It's not good enough because I need your help. I may know measurements, but I don't know your field. I can help you in all kinds of ways to defend, and I can pick up that sword and I can help you in that area. But I don't know enough to do it because no one knows everything. And I have offered you that help. But as you look around the room, the rainbow's not here. The primarily quantitative STEM researchers are not overly represented in this room. So I'm here because they're scared, and in part because they're disinterested, and in part because of, I'm sure, a myriad of other things. But I'm saying we can work together, we can do better, we can do smarter if we want to. I think we can reclaim the measurement conversation, to reclaim it. We can't deny it. We take it away from those that have taken it from us. And then we build and refine better measures, ones that we think work. Using measure defined the way that I told you to define it. Not as a quantitative or a qualitative thing, but as a description that could be either. We get to build the measures because we're in charge. That's what I think needs to happen. And I would argue that we have always been able to do it, which is why I bookend this with the other half of Oz. We're wearing the shoes. We can go home anytime we want. We can take control of this anytime we want, but we cannot do it by rejecting it. We have to do it at that ship sailed. We have to do it by grabbing it and engaging with it and owning it and saying, you don't get to take this from us. This is ours. It always has been. It always will be. And we will defend not only the academy, but the public that it serves, broadly, on a global level, in the past, in the present, and in the future. Thank you.
I just thought the adrenaline trip into your red high heel thing.
I should have worn red, hey? I didn't think about it. I don't own red high heels.
Someone would like to engage?
I'm glad you told me. Because I've been upset. I think they can hear me.
I'll ask a quick question.
Yes, please.
For instance, so reclaiming the idea of measures and metrics, the Google example you showed earlier, like I don't even have to do that and it does my citations for me. So there will be, as long as we publish in openly digestible, databases and so on, that information will be taken from us and measured in whatever ways. And that, to me, is, the question is that the better metric, the better measure, is not necessarily the most politically useful for those who want to use them in the way that they wish to use them. And I think that's the difficult part, is we can build a better metric, better measures, but at the point of choosing how those particular, which ones will be chosen, which ones will be, I think that becomes a difficult piece. So I think if you can speak to that at all.
I'd love to. I'm very glad that you raised that issue. Everyone is concerned. It's a very valid concern. As long as we provide these things in these open databases, people can take advantage of them and run with them in any way they please. And they can use them for their own political agendas, and they can lens them as they see fit. I agree. But within the academy, we get to set the standards of who gets to be in the academy and how and why. So we can build the lens that we will use, and we can simply say in one voice, I'm sorry, but we disagree. Inside the academy lens by which we use it, and you can use that lens as well, but that's what we're doing. We're using that lens, and we will defend that lens. You can collect the data however you want, but I'm going to look at it the way that I want to look at it, and the academy is going to defend that way. And in fact, I would argue not just that way, but that multitude of ways as being accepted.
There's power within the institution itself as well, right? So those who are viewed in a particular, if you look at the Maclean's rankings, and those who see themselves as that rank much higher, those people will have power, those institutions will have power, and so that consensus around how we are measured and those metrics will be very difficult even within the institutions and among institutions. I think that's, I believe we come towards some sort of consensus, but that's very difficult when you start to see who's favored and not favored by the data itself and how you measure it.
Yes, I agree. That's why I think we have to be careful how we measure it. That's why I showed that although Maclean's does rank it that way, as soon as we apply even a slightly better filter, a slightly better lens, all of a sudden those measures evaporate.
Right.
And I believe that we can change politicians and we can change administrators' opinions by demonstrating that evidence to them and saying, look, this is the case. You've asked us to follow these things. This is how we're doing it. And if I'm at the absolute top, we're all at the 1%. How willing are we to discard that rapidly? Very big ask. Thank you.
The last question or comment?
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that we're probably of a similar generation of academics, you and I. And I think that those of us who are part of the newer generation of academics have a responsibility to explore the genealogy. This was mentioned at several points in the conference, exploring the genealogy. And I was reminded in Charlene's presentation earlier how interesting it was how she restoried a narrative by going back into archival research and really pulling out a thread and taking it back to its origin. And I think we can't assume that neoliberalism originated when we entered the academy 10 years ago, because that simply isn't the case. I'm currently looking at the work of economic historian Carl Polanyi at the moment, and he was writing in the 40s about the dangers of society being embedded in the economy rather than the economy being an aspect of social relations. And I would encourage us all to keep some of those themes in mind that we've heard at this conference about, looking at the genealogy, the origins, and really, encompassing that wider discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Please join me. As you can see, we are setting up now. Thankful to have the drummers with us to drum a song for travels, and to remind you that there is still food and drink outside as a repast for this incredible 2 days. So thank you all very much for your attendance and participation. Best wishes. Thank you. See you out in the foyer.